daylight pierced the vessel. One cloud was in the sky. I beheld the star of Rampham with a million questions why. But if it helps you sleep, you can picture me and the bottom of the sea.
Israel's port city of Eilat, one of the Middle East's hottest spots, following a blockade of the Gulf of Aqaba by the United Arab Republic. 10 years ago, Israel went to war over the same blockade, which cut off oil pipelines to Haifa refineries. Oil tankers and vital shipping arrive at this important city. The provocative war of nerves causes Israel to call up Army reservists, ordering them to active duty to augment the regular 70,000-man Israeli armed force. Premier Levi Eshkol says Israel has no intention of attacking its Arab neighbors, calling for a mutual reduction of Arab-Israeli forces massed along the border. But, taking no chances, tank units go through battle maneuvers in the Negev desert.
On the 2nd of June, Prime Minister Wilson of Great Britain was welcomed to the White House. The visit had been arranged some weeks earlier to discuss the urgent problems common to both governments. However, a crisis, one that developed with dramatic and startling suddenness, would be given priority: the recent impasse in the historically explosive Middle East situation.
We come here today in another time of trouble when peace and justice are again in the balance. And it is on occasions like this that the counsel of an old and trusted friend is most welcome.
Israel, facing yet another climactic point in her 19-year struggle for survival, saw not only the threat of maritime blockade, but to some dire prophets, the threat of extinction. With the United Nations peacekeeping force withdrawn, with all attempts at private negotiations failing, solutions through diplomacy and United Nations intervention seemed increasingly remote. The time for talk was over.
My name's Commander David Lewis. In 1967, I was the research officer of the research ship Liberty, HETR-5, and I was also the OIC of U.S.N. 855 that had its own direct link to National Security Agency and Naval Security Group Command.
My name is Robert Scarborough. I was a communications technician seaman aboard the U.S.S. Liberty.
My name is Harold Eugene Six. I was a communications technician, 3rd class, worked in cryptology. I was 21 years old and was born and raised in Wyoming and joined the Navy in California.
My name is Donald Wayne Pogler. I grew up in Wamego, Kansas. I live in Westminster, California. I was 21 when I was on the Liberty.
My name is Terry L. McFarland. My rank on the U.S.S. Liberty was an E4. My rating was a CTR-3 at the time.
Well, my name was Ronald Kukal. I was 28 years old when I was aboard the ship. So I was in charge of the T branches.
My name is Bryce Lockwood. I am from the southern tier of New York. I was in the United States Marine Corps, signed on temporary duty aboard the U.S.S. Liberty.
My name is Ernest Gallo. I was a communication technician, maintenance, 2nd class petty officer.
My name is Larry Thorne. I'm 21 years old. on board the U.S.S. Liberty. I'm from Staples, Minnesota.
My name is Philip F. Turney. I was a third-class ship fitter aboard the U.S.S. Liberty, June 8, 1967.
My name is Larry Lloyd Bowen. My rank is CTR2, that's Communications Technician Radioman, second class.
My name is Mo Schaefer. I was 20 years old when I was on the U.S.S. Liberty, and I'm from Buchanan, West Virginia.
William LeMay, electrician's mate, second class. I boarded this ship in 1966 until the attack in 1967.
My name is Jack Beatty. I'm from Fraser, Michigan. I was 18 years old when I showed up for the Liberty, U.S.S. Liberty.
Before the Liberty, I was at Naval Security Group headquarters, 3801 Nebraska Avenue, Washington. I was a lieutenant, and I was told that I'd have to have my card punched by sea duty if I ever expected to get promoted. The billet on the Liberty was open, and I requested it, and I got it. I thought it was a beautiful new ship. I didn't realize at the time that it was taken out of mothballs and completely rebuilt, but it looked brand new to me. I was the head of the research department in the ship's hierarchy. The XO and the CO are senior to me.
I got transferred to the U.S.S. Liberty. I went aboard it in 1965. And I thought it was, when I first saw the ship, I said, wow. And everybody told me we mapped the bottom of the ocean. I said, well, all the antennas are going straight up. How could we be mapping the bottom of the ocean? But I was a stupid, dumb kid. And then it took me about a month or two, and I found out, Jesus, why did I believe that? And because it was so secret.
Well, virtually everything that we did was either secret or top secret. We were reading other people's mail, basically, and we didn't want them to know that their mail was being read.
I'd had no idea what the mission of that ship was. I knew the ship was involved. It was a intelligence collection ship. Looked to me like a cargo ship rather than a major combatant. But I soon learned that at one time it was a Victory Hull class cargo ship that had been converted into a Navy intelligence collection ship.
When I joined the Navy, I was told I'd never go to sea, that the CTMs never went to sea. Unbeknownst to the person giving me that advice, in 1964, the Navy commissioned 5 ships for CTs. So when I talked to the dispatcher, all I could think of was Vietnam. So I said, I'll take anything on the Atlantic. And I'm thinking of all these shore stations that I could possibly go to. And I was married. My jaw hit the ground when I got orders to go on board a ship. That was a shock. Believe me, it was a total shock. I went on board the Liberty. Greenhorn, I mean, I didn't know a darn thing about serving on a ship. So I had a lot of learning to do real quick.
Orders came down for all the MR guys and everybody on the ship. They were going to go to sea. So I had a friend up in the personnel office. He said, hey, Larry, I got orders for you, and it's on a submarine rescue ship. Well, I kind of looked at that, and I went over and looked at it. It was just the one that had a hand grinder on there. That was all they had for anything for a machinist to do. And I said, well, isn't there anything else besides this piece of crap? He said, I don't know, I'll take a look. Well, I got one ship over in Little Creek, Virginia. It's called the U.S.S. Liberty. It's a GTR-5, whatever that is. So I said, okay, we'll take a look at it. So a buddy of mine took a truck and went over to Little Creek And boy, I said, look at all that. Look at that ship. Boy, that's the Liberty, man. It's got a lot of stuff on it. Look at all this antennas sticking everywhere and clean. Wow, look at that baby. So we walk up and the guy says, the permission to come on board? And he said, granted. He said, are you a pollywog? And I said, excuse me? He said, never mind. Big deal. Pollywog, what's that? I soon was to find out. When you get on that ship and you go across the equator, everybody has a good time, except for pollywogs. If you were a pollywog, you had it. You were done. The shellback was gonna kick your butt. The crew had changed completely. They were dressed like pirates and beat us up like pirates. And they kept notes of what they didn't like about you for the last 2 months, so they could get you in front of somebody to kick your butt against for all these things they didn't like about you. And when you crossed the equator, they were beating your ass. Then you were given a little certificate. Well, thank you. It's like getting beat up for a piece of paper.
I pulled a 45 at our initiation. They were determined they were going to kill this one chief champion. Yeah, they put him in the slop chute and lifted both ends up, so he was under 50 gallons of swine, slop, garbage. And they were going to let him drown. They hated him so, and this was their opportunity to get back. I ruined their plans.
They shaved your head. They put you in rot gut crap. They kicked your butt. And you stood up and you got your ass beat right back down to the deck.
It was two different crews aboard the Liberty, the Spooks and Ship's Company, and I was in Ship's Company.
When I came on board the Liberty, I just thought it was another Navy ship until they started talking about the spy part of it and all that. We'd start eating and all that, and they'd talk about, oh, look at the CTs over there, the nice treatment they're getting compared to us and all of that stuff.
That was always a problem. The ship's company always felt that the CTs were prima donnas and were treated better. I tried to make sure that anything that I was involved in, I had some of both. I know it never disappeared. Phil Turney is always pulling my leg about CTs and the treatment they got, but I didn't treat them any differently. There was an occasional brawl breakout, but nothing major.
They were just, they go into the rooms that had combination locks on the doors, and I never was in one of the rooms, and I hardly knew what they did,
It was kind of abusive then with kids, because we'd tell them that we have pool tables down in that room you can't get into, and we have a bowling alley down there. We had all these things down there, so that that's going to cause a little dissension.
I think we were very jealous of what we thought their life was like compared to the life we had. And we thought they were snotty because they wouldn't talk to us during lunch and meal. Usually on a ship like the Vulcan, I spoke to everybody on the ship, no matter what department they were in. These people didn't socialize with us.
Many old seafaring traditions still survive in the modern Navy. And that's nowhere more true than in the wardroom. Who eats at which sitting? Who eats where?
The CTs, we weren't allowed to talk to each other. We didn't talk to them, they didn't talk to us. That's just the way it was. I wish it would have been different. It was a strange deal. Two different crews on one ship. Our job was to take care of them. That's our only job, was to make sure the CTs could spy. And we were the most sophisticated spy ship in the world at that time.
The ship's company people knew that anytime the ship moved, it was because of the communications technicians, because what we did was why the ship was being positioned any place that we went. And I think that's why there was a certain amount of animosity between the communications technicians and ship's company. It shouldn't have been that way, but it was.
NSA, to me, is the one that really funded our ship, and they did the things. I mean, I wore a Navy uniform, but we were actually working for NSA there to be intercept operators for them. Another interesting point, too, is the captain did not have a need to know on our ship. He didn't have a clearance to come in past their front little room and know what Dave Lewis knew.
I'm positive there was no one that had higher clearance than I had. Some of them may have had different clearances. I went down to my quarters, and pretty soon there's a knock on the door. I mean, Captain McGonigal wanted in. He hadn't gotten his clearance, and I told him he couldn't get in. He said, well, he'll bring some Marines then. We got him his clearance pretty fast.
We set out in early May 1967. We started out on our African cruise, and our first port of call was Abidjan, Ivory Coast.
Typically, our cruises were about 3 months to 4 months in length, and then we'd come back in port for a month. Our normal complement of intelligence personnel or communications technicians was somewhere in the neighborhood of 185 to 200, and then the rest of the ship's company was roughly 100 personnel.
Well, our assignment was basically find out what is happening politically on the west coast of Africa. We were supposed to look and see if there had been any governments overthrown, any Russians involved, Cubans involved, anything of that nature. No Israeli or British Commonwealth link was ever assigned as a target. And if on the search position you identified something as Israeli or British Commonwealth, you were to drop it immediately.
We had a huge basket on the back of the ship called Trescom. And Trescom is a very sophisticated piece of equipment. Based on the moon's position, we could beam information, obviously high intelligence information, back to NSA.
Yeah, the system was it operated at 3 gigahertz at 10 kW. It was like Buck Rogers. What can I tell you? It was very exciting to be a part of that.
Satellites in orbit, a ground network consisting of 4 tracking stations, 2 injection stations, and communications, operations, and computer centers, and navigation sets aboard units of the fleet.
We were a very slow ship. We cruised up and down the coast of Africa to copy anything we could get, so you went slow so that if something became interesting to copy, that you'd stay in the area and copy it.
Well, I was in charge of the T branches. The T branches actually stands for teletype back there. We handled a lot of the teletype communications, not the Morse code stuff, but the teletype.
You're intercepting everything you're instructed. In other words, you have a specific agenda. When you go to work, you're told exactly what channel to go to, what you're going to do. Now, as a code copier, I can't read what I'm copying.
Yeah, we had senior guys on the ship that would take their crack at trying to decipher what it was, and then we had guys who then sent our data directly to NSA, and the NSA guys would try to decode it.
Other teletypes on the encrypted Orestes net clatter out messages between ships in the task force.
We were in a port in Africa. All of a sudden, all hell was breaking loose aboard the ship.
Our orders were to the Eastern Med, post haste.
There was a gal by the name of Jean Dixon who made a prediction that we had all heard, that there was a ship that was going to get in a lot of trouble in the Mediterranean.
And everybody was skeptical about it. Everybody was nervous. And when we got emergency orders out of Abidjan, everybody said, this is it.
They got everybody back aboard. In fact, there was one they were going to leave, but he got there just in time. He caught the ship. We were underway, full speed, top speed, fast as we could go, into Rota, Spain. We didn't know what was going on. We had no clue what was going on. He didn't tell us.
We had left Abidjan quite quickly, which was unusual for the ship to take off as fast as we did.
We did not cruise the Mediterranean at all, so it was highly unusual.
It was very unusual for us to be diverted to, Rota, Spain, to pick up additional supplies and personnel.
We didn't know we were going into a thing called the 6-Day War because we didn't have news channels or any of those things to let us know. So we didn't even realize the 6-Day War was going on.
Reveille, reveille. All hands heave to and trace up. The smoking lamp is lit in all authorized spaces. Now reveille.
The tenseness was immense because nobody knew what was going on. We can't tell you where we're going. Tell your families, we don't know. We don't know when you'll hear from us or whatever. So think about that for kids on there of not knowing, even the officers on the ship not knowing. So you go to them and ask what's going on, and they can't tell you. So, and then we picked up, I think, 5 or 6 people there, and from NSA. We picked up a couple of Marines. We picked up a couple civilians there that were linguists. So we knew something very interesting was going on to bring them on board.
If you get a reassignment in the middle of, a transit, you also have to pick up new collection information when you get to a place like Rota. So I suspect when we got over there, we probably brought in new classified information that gave us target information as well.
The Liberty picked up a total of 6 linguists at Rota, Spain on the morning of June the 1st of 1967. There were 3 Arabic linguists from the National Security Agency. They were civilians. There were 2 Arabic linguists from 2nd Radio Company in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. And I was the 6th. I was a Russian language specialist. And it was a part of the mission of the U.S.S. Liberty is the impending 6 Days of War of 1967 to make sure that whatever foreign powers were involved, that there was a record of what they were doing. And that was the purpose of myself. And there were 2 other Russian linguists also assigned to the Liberty.
We were given orders to go to an area off the coast of the Sinai. And as soon as we got it, added to the mystery of what was going on, as soon as we got into the Mediterranean, we picked up a Soviet destroyer that shadowed us. And they just were always there. Every day, every night, we looked back, and there was the Soviet destroyer following us. It was our shadow.
I thought, boy, this is not a good place to be going. And Captain McGonigal had been running general quarters drills every other day. Once he realized we were going into the Med, Captain McGonigal had asked Admiral Martin for a destroyer escort, and he was denied. Martin came back and said, you're not a warship, you're not a likely target, you don't need an escort.
I can't imagine, unless it was because of malice aforethought, that COM 6 Fleet didn't automatically provide us an escort. Since they hadn't provided an escort, I requested one and was turned down. 4 40-millimeter machine guns and our 6 M1s, we couldn't do anything to defend ourselves if anyone wanted to attack. So it's rather disconcerting to go in the middle of a war with no ability to protect yourself. We were going where no one had ever gone before. We were dealing with volatile military on both sides, and we were going in the middle of it.
War in the Middle East. Israeli forces drive spearheads across the Sinai Peninsula, west to the Suez Canal, South to the entrance of the Gulf of Aqaba, breaking the blockade, Israel's new defense minister, General Moshe Dayan, hero of the 1956 Sinai campaign, was instrumental in mapping his nation's battle plan. The sudden swiftness of the Israeli army crushed UAR forces with a combined air and ground 1-2 punch. Egypt's charges that U.S. and British air units aided Israel are vigorously denied.
Flash message at this point. I suggest we read as follows. Dismayed by preliminary reports of heavy fighting between Israeli and Egyptian forces. As you know, we've been making the maximum effort to prevent this situation. We were expecting a very high-level Egyptian delegation on Wednesday, and we had assurances from the Israelis that they would not initiate hostilities pending further diplomatic efforts. We've been talking about it in these terms. It is probably better for us to get some sort of a message of this sort before the question of who really was responsible is completely clarified. To let them know that we were not a party to any of this business at this stage. But I wanted to get your own reaction.
Yes, I would.
All right?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure would. What does it appear to you? Does it appear to you reasonably sure that these tanks kicked it?
Well, the fact that the fighting has been occurring initially over Egypt is a little hard to sort out.
Do they say to us that the Egyptians kicked it off?
Well, they're both publicly. We have no message yet from the Israeli government except that they've asked for a meeting of the Security Council. We've had no direct message from Eshkol or Eban or anybody. Both publicly are claiming that they are the started it. But the Israeli claim that a big tank column was moving toward Israel and that they went out to meet it. Again, looks just a little thin on the surface. My guess is the Israelis kicked this off.
Sure.
All right, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The tension in the Middle East over the Gulf of Aqaba blockade develops into full-scale war, with reports of heavy fighting between Israeli and Egyptian forces along the Gaza Strip and the Sinai border. Earlier, the U.S. aircraft carrier Intrepid steamed through the Suez Canal, although no American units are alerted. Our State Department says we are neutral in word, thought, and deed. Israeli Chief of Staff General Yitzhak Rabin visits and inspects troops in the Negev Desert near the Egyptian border. A UN ceasefire request is supported by the U.S., while Russia accuses America and Britain of encouraging Israel to attack.
June 8th, 1967 started out like pretty much any other normal day.
It was, it was such a beautiful day. It just was gorgeous. I don't remember it being hot. I don't remember it being cool. It just seemed like the perfect day. Blue skies.
Well, we pulled into the Sinai Peninsula area. I mean, it's, you can see things going off. You can see where bombs have gone off. You can see smoke and so forth. I can tell you, we never felt threatened by anything.
The day started in a routine manner, just like it always does. The reveille, you're up, you shower, you shave, you go to breakfast, you go to work.
As we got closer to the Eastern Mediterranean, the skipper came on and said that we were entering into a hostile area. We went into what was called a wartime cruising condition for the ship.
I guess we realized there was something heating up in the Middle East.
We knew that the Israelis had complete air superiority. We also knew that the Israelis had taken the Sinai. So really, our mission was redundant. We were in the area that we were told to be in, the Israelis had control over.
We made our usual rounds, about 4.5, 5 knots, going up and down the coast, picking up signals out of the sky. I mean, it was very legal. We weren't breaking any laws. We were in international waters at all times. 12.5 miles off the coast.
Jimmy Cavanaugh, my buddy, and I were told that day to get up in the basket and clean it. huge basket on the back of the ship called Trescom. And so we're up there right after breakfast, and it's a spectacular, beautiful day. We get in the basket, they lift it up some so we can be there and really working around with our brushes or whatever, getting the salt off and keeping it clean. And all of a sudden, a boxcar flies very low around the plane, and enough where you could see cameras hanging out the doors.
It was rather brazen. The Star of David was well marked on the wings as they surveilled us. We could see the cameraman in the bomb bay doors of one of the planes with his camera out photographing us.
We started seeing more Israeli aircraft circle the ship over and over again. A flying boxcar, which is a twin-engine plane, and it got fairly close. And then we had the smaller planes that would circle the ship. That's, we waved at them. And we were pulling for the Israelis because, again, we thought they were our best buddies.
I went topside to take a look, and he was only about 200 feet above the water. And as he went over, you could see the pilot, and he waved back and rocked his wings, and all of it was very friendly.
We thought there was no problem. We were glad they were there because they could identify us. We had a 5x8 flag up, brand new flag, because we wanted to make sure that everybody knew we were American, because we didn't know if the Arabs were going to come get us.
At least a half a dozen times, Petty Officer Rowley was called to the bridge with his camera to take photographs of these aircraft that were coming over.
I could see explosions on the beach. And so things were happening on the beach. We were close enough that you could see stuff was going on.
We were all pumped for the Israelis to kick the crap out of the Arabs. That's what we wanted. Everybody wanted to have them win.
My position was a very active position that day. In fact, when I went to chow that day, I went to chow with my buddy Bob Eisenberg, who was a linguist, and he spoke 4 languages. Bob was a Jewish man, so he spoke Hebrew. He and I went to lunch at about 11:30. And my mission that day was copying an important target, military target. And Bob was telling me at lunch that what I was doing was extremely important. He says, I don't know who it is, but somebody's gonna get it. Apparently it was being referenced as the target, but not identifying the target in the message traffic.
I worked for a few hours, so probably till about 11:30, 12 o'clock, something like that. Got a little chow. Then we had a general quarters drill.
And I was told it was for chemical warfare. You do different procedures depending on what the attack is.
With 100 degrees out there or more on the hot deck, and pretend like I'm washing down the ship to get the chemicals off of it.
The GQ probably took 45 minutes to an hour, I'm guessing. And after it was over, I went up on the main deck and I wanted to see what was going on the beach now. And on the 04 level, we actually had a carbonic searchlight. So I was going up there, and while I was up there, I wanted to check the beach out because I was nice and high and could see pretty good, and there was a binocular up there that I could look. And as I was getting up on the 04 level, a jet fighter was flying along the right side of us. It was black.
And all of a sudden, whoosh, and I see this jet going right over.
There was no markings on that one, I remember that. And he was flying 50 to 100 feet above the ship. I could see the pilot quite good.
The sound-powered phones weren't working, so I went down the starboard ladder. Just as soon as I got in the hatch, the thing blew up.
And there was an officer, Lieutenant Todd. His duty was to report any plane that flew by. I turned around to talk to him. I said, "Did you see that fighter?" And he goes, "No, where is it?" And as I turned to point to the fighter that I had seen, another one came from the bow to the stern and strafed us.
And this chief, or he's a first class then, he grabbed me by the back of the shirt, man. He says, "Get in here, we're under attack."
General quarters, all hands man your battle stations. General quarters, all hands man your battle stations.
When I first heard that and the rockets hitting,
it sounded like someone dragging an anchor chain across the deck. I mean, dragging it fast.
And all kinds of stuff. And I got covered with shrapnel.
The fear was intense because the first thing you knew is how do we defend ourselves?
You've got to be scared. They're trying to kill you. Who wants to die at 21 years old? And there was kids on there that was 17 and 18.
I mean, I didn't know exactly how to handle it.
You know, I'm thinking, who's shooting at us? Why are they shooting at us, or who?
I was stunned like everybody else was. We were under attack from who? From what? You know, it was, I guess time kind of stopped.
Captain McGonigal got on the 1MC, which is our internal communications, and said that we were under attack
by unknown jet aircraft.
The aircraft that was doing the attacking were blackened aircraft. There were no markings on the aircraft at all.
They shot all of our fire hoses up so we couldn't get water to put the fires out. Anybody that showed up on deck was hit.
Our postman named Spicer, he takes a direct missile.
Look at these guys. I mean, God, there was guys that were mutilated.
I remember seeing 50 caliber shells and tracer bullets coming through the skin of the ship.
The original attacking aircraft were French Mirage, and then they sent a couple of Mystere, and they dropped the napalm canisters. The outside of the ship, the superstructure, was on fire.
It was so hot that it was peeling the skin of the ship off. I knew exactly what it was because I couldn't put it out. It had to be napalm. And there were, you know, it burned a lot of people. You could smell human flesh burning.
Constant fire, yeah. Of trying to put fire out, napalm fire. It was chaos.
First strafing run, they took out 5 of our 6 HF antennas. They took out the Triscom. They took out every means of communication we had, except for that one dead antenna that Terry Halbardia used.
Getting any antenna up that could get a signal out was absolutely critical for us to get any kind of support.
Terry decided he was going to run a piece of coax wire right to the base of the antenna.
His name was Terry Halbardia.
He was an electronics technician, and so he had subjected himself to being shot at to go connect that antenna. And that was the antenna that we eventually communicated with the 6th Fleet to tell them that we were under attack.
At that point, the only thing that I had heard is that help is on the way. And that, what does that mean? I didn't know. How would we know there's a fleet that's 20 miles away or 400 miles away? And what's that mean? So, but we certainly expected help.
I definitely was wondering where on earth the United States Navy was with their ship being attacked ruthlessly like it was. They were beating on us for, I guess, an hour before we got the signal out.
Most of anybody that was up topside was, they were out there recovering wounded and carrying them down to the mess decks and just trying to, fight fires, because we had, wounded and fires all over.
I was ordered to go on the main deck and see what I could do to help anybody out.
I remember getting up there, just somebody opened the hatch to the bridge and said, they had a guy on the stretcher and said, here, take this guy below.
There were guys laying on the deck everywhere. We pulled them in, threw them inside the hatches or whatever, and the guys that were in the starboard gun mount I just left 5 minutes ago were blown to bits. I ran out of CO2 and I said, Captain, I'm gonna go down and see if I can find some more CO2. And I looked at my buddy Brown, and he's one heck of a man, just a great, great man, a brave man. I walked by him and we didn't say a word to each other. We just looked at each other's eyes. I went down, it wasn't 2 minutes. I came back up and my buddy Francis Brown lay dead on the deck with the back of his head blown up and his face swelled up and his eyeballs were that big around.
When the attack first happened, when I got shot the first time, my left leg had been shattered, the knee. I couldn't stand anymore, so I fell on the deck. And as I'm coming around the corner, this shipmate goes, hey, are you hurt? Timmerman, I think, was the shipmate's name. I looked up at him and I says, no, I like crawling on the deck. We both laughed. I just can't believe that we actually laughed. And then he turned me over and threw a tourniquet on my leg. And as we're coming around the corner, the corpsman came by and said, take the tourniquet off his leg. We don't want him to lose his leg. And they put me on the deck. And as he's taking the tourniquet off my leg, there's a massive explosion right above us. The rocket came through the overhead, a piece of it put a hole in his arm that you could actually look right through. That's when I got scared and figured we're not going to get out of this alive.
What was going through my head were thoughts of how this was going to end. I did think about that. I prayed. I said the Lord's Prayer.
I went down to my duty station on the general quarters and would take my position in front of my R390 receiver that we had there to intercept the code that my job was to do, and waited for instructions. I don't know there's a napalm on top. I don't know what's going on. I can't see anything. I was visual to begin with, but once down there, you're in your tomb, so to speak, if that's the case, which became a tomb.
The Israelis were using rockets and 40mm cannon fire. Every time one of those shells would strike the ship, it was like you were on the inside of a large steel cylinder with someone beating on it with a sledgehammer, and just the whole ship would ring.
You could hear it on the earphones, all the people talking from these repair parties, and they got a fire, and they got casualties, they need help, da-da-da-da-da. And I could hear it, the shells hitting the side of the ship. Cannon and rockets, whatever they were using, you could hear that. That was loud.
The last things we heard were the bullets piercing, coming down into the lower spaces, and then it all stops.
This is where it's getting the hard part for me, getting close to where the torpedo comes in.
If the plane softened us up, and they used all the stuff they had. They were unmarked. Like I said, we didn't know exactly who was attacking us. But these torpedo boats, that's when we knew it was the Israelis, when the torpedo boats got there. We saw the Star of David on the torpedo boats, and we thought, wow, this is cool. They're coming to help us.
Captain McGonigal then reported to the crew,
"Stand by for a torpedo attack."
I looked at Jimmy and I says, "How the F do we prepare for a torpedo attack?"
All I could think of was how many of my troops are going to suffer the prime casualty.
That was the scariest part of it all.
When I heard the announcement on the 1MC of the torpedo attack, I had to get into prayer if I want my life to be saved.
Prepare for a torpedo attack is something different for brace for a torpedo attack. And that, when you hear brace, we knew it was about to happen.
There's no way out of this room, and it's going to hit on this side of the ship. We're all going to die.
To be honest, I thought we were dead. I was praying, this is it. I mean, when your time's up, your time's up.
When I shut down from prayer, I went to my desk, and a voice that I don't know if anybody else heard said, "Get down and get down now." I don't even know where it came from.
Maybe it was 10 seconds, but it seemed like 10 minutes.
I mean, this was it. It's all over, no more.
Yeah, we're all petrified. I mean, I'm a kid, I'm 21.
I thought life was over. The first thought that came through my mind, I said, well, Lord, I guess I'm coming home.
Every second was an hour.
I was down on the deck, and I heard a thump.
And when that torpedo hit, it took the whole ship up out of the water. Just took it up like that and slammed it back down. You could hear the ship crying, and the metal just creaking and crying. And yeah, I thought we were going to get blown apart. The ship started listing real bad to the starboard side, and then it just stopped. And it was like the hand of God was holding us up. It was incredible. Nobody else came to help us except the good Lord. Out of 5 torpedoes, only one of them hit us.
For all naval accounts, the Liberty should have sunk. That torpedo should have buckled all the support braces and everything, and we should have gone down. That the hand of God was there.
It took a miracle to hit that I-beam precisely, or we would have gone down. Well, if I was at my desk, it hit about 10 feet behind me, and 5 feet to the left. But I wasn't at my desk. I was putting a tourniquet, they tell me, on Lentini. I don't have any recollection of that. That was in the corridor outside the communication spaces and outside my office. The torpedo came right through the communication spaces. It took every communicator out. The only thing that saved me was a temporary bulkhead or wall. Blew apart when the torpedo detonated and wrapped itself around me. Protected me from the full blast. I never should have survived. I was less than 10 feet when the torpedo detonated.
I was looking at the torpedo when it blew. The only thing I can figure is the casing ruptured and I got blast effect when anything that was metal from that torpedo just ripped to shreds, anything that it touched.
It flipped me up in the air like a rag doll. I hit the overhead, fell down on my back and whacked my head. And the whole passageway where I was at was smoke and like debris and dust. It was, and the ship immediately started rolling to the starboard side.
It's just a massive explosion beyond any decibel level. Then I see a flash, but then instantly I'm underwater.
I probably was at the most 15 feet from where the torpedo came in.
Of the 34 killed, 25 of my shipmates died in that room.
Well, out of that room, I was the only one that survived. There was one light up in the far right-hand side of the room, and that's all I remember seeing. And the water was already there when I came to. I mean, it was already, the room was already full.
I only remember waking up, and I probably wasn't out very long or I'd have drowned. Water and oil lapping my face, and then realizing that I got a bunch of equipment on top of me, and I got water, and I could see light through the side of the ship, and I knew there was a hole there, big hole.
I was thrown up into the overhead. I kind of became conscious on the ground, and after I laid there, I started to hear water.
And so I just started thrashing around so I could finally get undone from the metal that I was trapped in. And by that time, the water was rising very fast.
And almost by that time, we were treading water, and swam to the end of the passageway and hung onto a pipe in the overhead.
You know, there were probably 65 or 70 people down there at the time.
The scuttle was locked down, and I could hear somebody banging with a wrench.
So we're gathered, pounding on the scuttle and pounding on the hatch to get the attention of anybody walking in the passageway above us. But every time a wave would come in, we'd hold our nose, hold our breath, wait for the wave to go out, catch some air, and we kept repeating that. But we really thought that we were obviously going to drown.
And I had about 18 inches of breathing space left, and so just hanging on to that pipe and waiting for something to happen.
I kept going down, and then finally I just let it go. Oh, I knew I was going to drown. I gave up. I knew I wasn't going to make it out of that room. It seems like I was there forever until Bryce found me. He said he saw me floating by and grabbed me, and I didn't know why I was alive. I didn't know that somebody had pulled me out. I just know that I was out and in that first aid room.
Larry Bowen was one of several guys that opened the hatch and saw us like squirrels looking up and started plucking us out of the water.
And I remember Larry Bowen shoving a life vest in my hand. Said, go topside, and, which I did. I went topside.
One of the officers was making the decision to close the hatch and make the ship watertight.
They were still in there, yeah. They were beating on the top of the hatch. They closed it, and I opened it up, and here come 2 or 3 more guys.
And the only thing I remember is thinking, my God, I'm glad I'm not him, and have to wonder whether anybody's left alive back down there.
Filipino kid, I knew him pretty good, and he says, I don't know how to swim. I said, neither do I. Here's my life jacket, don't go too far away. He said, okay. Then we got up the top to the deck.
The motor torpedo boats got up the ship over and over and over again. Some of the munitions were armor piercing, and some of them were .50 caliber armor piercing.
They just circled and circled and shot and shot and shot. They shot at our firefighters, which was me. our stretcher bearers, trying to get people out into safety. All they wanted to do was kill, 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 and they did.
I came out of my station, which is right out in front of my life raft station. I let the life raft out, and it kind of floated. And all of a sudden, they started shooting it. But after they shot them, it just like, bloop, 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 bloop. It went straight down. Then I let the other life raft go. And they did the same thing then.
Those torpedo boats had fired up and machine gunned those life rafts, severed the line to one of them that was still inflated, came in and picked up that life raft and carried it off.
They kept continually strafing the ship. Anybody that was topside was fair game.
I go topside, okay, and then I see the carnage. You see everything. I see my buddy Birdman, we called him, sitting over there, laying against the bulkhead with his head split open and shot and laying over there. And so first reaction is go try to take care of them and see what you can do to help.
I remember the captain saying, stand by for torpedo attack, starboard side. And I came to on one of the dining room tables that they'd converted to beds next to Lieutenant Commander Armstrong, our XO, who was in the process of dying.
I was ordered to go help Doc Kiefer. He was one doctor and there was 2 medics aboard the ship. And I assisted in operations. I held a battle lantern. It's a big light. This one fellow, his name was Blanchard. He was hit, and he was hit bad. And he said, would you please take my socks off? My feet are hot. So I took his socks off and tried to rub his feet and stuff like that, you know, get him a little circulation. And he says, you think I'm gonna die? And I looked at him and I said, yeah, I think you are. Wish I'd never said that. Doug cut him open and he died right then. Dead. Doug put some stitches in him and went on to the next one. Just went on all night. It was unbelievable. The mess decks was full of people. I mean, the limbs shot. The Quintero brothers, the 2 brothers aboard the ship, and he had a crease right down the top of his head from a .50 caliber that hit him right there. You could see his gray matter, and he was still awake and everything. And he said, Turney, they shot his thumb off too. He says, would you go look for my thumb for me, please, so I could try to get it sewed back on. I mean, he wasn't worried about anything else, but he sure wanted his thumb. And I didn't go look after it, or I didn't even know where to start looking for it.
People were on the mess decks, bringing guys in that were shot up, hit up pretty bad, bringing those guys in. Yeah, and I brought some guys back in there myself. You're just stunned. I remember seeing Spicer up there. Man, he was just cut to ribbons.
All of our mess tables were now beds. I, along with Ernie Gallo, helped our 3rd class corpsman try to save the life of our postal clerk, John Spiker. Spiker was outside fighting a napalm fire, and our shrapnel just ripped up his whole left side.
The medic was working on him. He had a life jacket wrapped around him, and the medic said, I need one of you to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and the other one, I want you to hold this life jacket tight around his chest.
Ernie and I would take turns, and then the corpsman says, I have to do a tracheotomy on him, putting a tube down his throat into his lungs, and we had a foot pump, and we were doing that. It wasn't probably 5 or 10 minutes later, and John was gone. Spicer was gone.
I got down and I whispered a prayer in his ear and said my farewell to him.
I was exhausted from, you know, the stale air. I mean, everything had been closed off and locked up, and you know, it was acrid, smoky. It was really a mess. So I told whoever was in charge here that I needed to go outside to get some fresh air. And they said, Bowen, there's still action out there. You can't go outside. I said, well, I just need to get some air or I'm going to be another casualty. So I went outside, and right about that time, a first-class petty officer, Jeff Carpenter, came back from the fantail, and he sees me and he says, Bowen, go back to the fantail and be the phone talker. Our phone talker back there, Larry Weaver, had been really ripped up bad. So I went back to the fantail to be the phone talker. While I was back there, I saw an aircraft coming from the starboard side, and I saw the 3 torpedo boats. I remember seeing the white flag with a Star of David on some of the torpedo boats. They were coming back at us. In my mind, I'm thinking, Larry, if you jump over the side now, how far can you get? If they were coming back in for a second torpedo attack, we're definitely gone.
We thought the attack was over. Here come the commandos in the helicopter.
The next thing we hear is prepare to repel boarders. I saw Israeli Marines on board these helicopters, armed to the teeth, ready to come aboard the ship. There was an officer with us, his name was Lieutenant Bennett, and I said to him, we need to get in the small arms locker. And he said, no, we better wait for the captain to give us further orders. And I thought to myself, you dummy, how are we supposed to fight off repel boarders without small arms? Phil Turney was trying to get into that small arms locker when he got that word, and they didn't have the key.
We had nothing to fight with but our wits and our will to live, and that's all we had.
And they were doing everything they could to break open that locker, and they couldn't. The key was with our gunner's mate, and who was killed on one of those 50 caliber machine guns.
Well, this may sound a little bit crazy, but for some reason, I knew I wasn't going to die that day. No way. I looked at this one dude. He had an automatic weapon in his hand. He had his feet out, getting ready to board the ship. He was trying to get on the gun mount. He looked at me, I looked at him, and I went, psh. And he did the same thing back at me, and he just smiled. Smiled. I thought it was real funny. And all of a sudden, they just took off. They just took off.
If my troops had known the President of the United States was attempting to kill all of them, it might have been the first mutiny the Navy ever saw.
It's hard to fall asleep. The 24-hour bug.
Delicious.
I never myself accepted the Israeli purported explanation. Accidents don't occur through repeated attacks by surface vessels and by aircraft. It obviously was a decision taken pretty high up on the Israeli side because it involved combined forces. I have never accepted the Israeli explanation, and so far as I'm concerned, the affair of the U.S.S. Liberty remains a scar on the relations between Israel and the United States.
When daylight pierced the vessel, one cloud was in the sky, I beheld the star of Ramphon with a million questions why. But if it helps you sleep, you can picture me and the bottom of the sea.
They said they made a mistake. It was an accidental shooting, and our government has accepted that and never really put hard blame on them. And so it was always written off as an accident.
The reality of what happened is it was not a mistake, and they wanted to sink us, and what does that mean to this country?
How did they know how to hit all those antennas at one time, that quick? It was because they had a plan for hours and hours, maybe days.
It wasn't an accident. You don't send aircraft out and then torpedo boats out and then armed helicopters out. That's not an accident. That's a planned attack.
The aircraft were sent to make us incommunicados. We couldn't send an SOS out. Torpedo boats were sent to sink us. And the helicopters were sent to pick off survivors so there'd be no choice. It was a perfectly executed military operation.
The Israelis had run anywhere from 9 to 13 reconnaissance missions on us in the morning.
And they were instructed clearly what to hit. So why would they take all those photographs? Number one, our flag was up. Okay, so that's on all their films because they're filming the whole ship. But if you're coming that many times, to me, you're going out there to get every piece of inch on that ship to go back into the war room in Tel Aviv and have Mushi Dayan say, okay, this, and this, and this. They got the first people they wanted to kill with the anti-personnel weapons when they started the first strafe. So then they shot the 3-inch cannons into the side of our ship, and that shrapnel blew everybody to pieces. So once you got in, you were probably less safe there because they were going to shoot that full of holes to get the shrapnel to kill you.
In less than 2 seconds, it had taken out all our communication capability.
I was there, I witnessed it. My shipmates witnessed it. There wasn't anything close to an accident or accidental because we had everything there to say we were an American ship. We wear little white hats, okay? We have flags. We have markings on the side of our ship. Every person in a war room knows how to identify every ship there is on the seas. Even we have on tape a pilot saying it's an American ship.
Around 12 o'clock, I decided to order 3 MTBs, motor torpedo boats, from the port of Ashdod.
Are you sure you can't see any flag? Are you sure you can't see any kind of an identification? And all the words came back, no.
The time now is 14:12, and he says, I see CTR-5. And the minute we hear that, the Air Force stops all operations and says, all our aircraft, all our attack aircraft, please stop. I must say that at that point in time, in my mind, it was an American ship.
I told him, I remember because I used the word, do not execute Teisha B'Av, that was our code. There are some doubts about identification.
And then what happened?
That's the one he didn't get. That's the information, that's the order that did not reach the commanding officer on the bridge where you launched the torpedoes.
We reported again that we are positive that this is an enemy ship and the recognition of El Katir is definite, and then we got the permission.
At about the range of 1,000 yards, or a little bit more than 1,000 yards, I ordered to prepare the torpedoes and ordered that all commanders will take the action of firing torpedoes.
The objective of the attack on Liberty on June 8, 1967 was to sink the ship, kill all survivors, blame it on the Egyptians, so President Johnson could enter the war with Israel against Egypt. That's the way it looks to me.
So whatever we have now, we have to the United States of America. We don't have anything now between us and the earth which is not through the United States of America, not through Washington. The way to Cairo, the way to Damascus, the way to Amman is through Washington now.
We wondered why nobody came to the ship, whether it was a plane or anything, but nothing. So we sat dead in the water, 100% abandoned by our country.
Definitely was wondering where on earth the United States Navy was with their ship being attacked ruthlessly like it was.
Hi, I'm Wilbert Dwayne Knudsen, better known as Bill. I was in VF-33 on the U.S.S. America as a fighter pilot, and I was the ready cap when this incident occurred. We were on U.S.S. America, and we were in the Mediterranean. We knew that there was a conflict in the Middle East down there, and the Israeli Arabs. We knew that they had a conflict going, and that's why they moved us over the carrier over to where we were much closer to where the action was. We wanted to make sure that the fleet was taken care of, and we have lots of ancillary ships, just like the Liberty, that are in that area, and they need protection. We're prepared to assist in case something went wrong. The Israelis were extremely intelligent people, and when they went out to silence Rockstar, they knew exactly what they were doing, and they had the weapons that went after the antennas. That was the first thing they did. The Israelis knew what the frequencies are on those ships, so they could tune their missiles to those frequencies, so when they fired them, they would go on right for that antenna.
They were jamming both our distress frequencies and our tactical frequencies. The tactical frequencies is all right, but the international distress frequencies is a violation of international law to jam them, and the Israelis were jamming them.
They took out 5 of our 6 HF antennas. They took out the Triscom. They took out every means of communication we had.
Once they hit all of our transmitting antennas, our communications, capabilities would have been pretty much negative, which is why getting any antenna up that could get a signal out was absolutely critical for us to get any kind of support.
We were actively trying to get a signal out, but couldn't get it through the jamming.
There's no question about the fact that the jamming of the Liberty frequencies was deliberate.
Israel was jamming every U.S. and NATO frequency, including the SOS, the emergency frequencies, which is a war crime in itself.
You'd have to know what frequencies we were going to come up on. To know that, you'd have to know that we were an American ship.
The radiomen realized that every time the jets were attacking in the attack mode, that's when the jamming stopped. And that's how we got the Mayday out.
They knew they were doing it because every time they launched rockets, they had to cut it off. And it was fortuitous that I had one sailor that knew one antenna was operative and one transmitter, and we got the SOS out. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking to you today.
That on the first pass, they knocked out our ability to call for help. The one remaining antenna, which I had shut down because it had some problems in the tuner, is probably why it didn't get hit. I had to jury rig a coaxial cable directly from the transmitter to the antenna.
My RMs, not knowing any better during the strafing runs, were stringing long wires so that we could get an SOS out. And thanks to them, the ones that survived, we did get an SOS out to the U.S.S. America.
All of this took probably 20, 25 minutes for me to make these repairs and jury rig that antenna out on deck while the strafing was going on.
Terry Halbardia got that one hookup. He got hit 3 times carrying a coax cable across the deck to hook it up.
Well, I was in the radio room when that distress frequency went out.
Firefox, this is Rockstar, under attack by unidentified surface and naval air units.
Joseph Tully, who was skipper of the U.S.S. Saratoga, came to our 25th anniversary reunion in Rapid City, South Dakota. Captain Tully said, he was a rather short, gravelly-voiced individual. He says,
I had launch ready at that time 12 aircraft, conventionally armed, and I immediately launched. And to my surprise, the America did not launch.
They told me they'd gotten the SOS out and that the Saratoga responded and said they had launched aircraft. Tully didn't wait. He launched them as soon as he heard the SOS.
At the same time, a message came from Rear Admiral Larry Geist, who was the Carrier Division commander and who was not the officer in tactical command, but who was senior to me, who had somehow been given tactical command or assumed it, ordering the strike aircraft to return to Saratoga.
At that point, the only thing that I had heard is that help is on the way. And what does that mean? I didn't know. How would we know there's a fleet that's 20 miles away or 400 miles away? And what's that mean? So, but we certainly expected help.
We were doing a nuclear loading exercise, which all the attack aircraft that carried nuclear weapons, they brought the weapons up and loaded them aboard to mate them with them, make sure that all the wiring was okay, and then took the weapons off and put them back down below. It was during that evolution when we heard that the Liberty was under attack. As soon as the Liberty was under attack, we launched our ready cap. We launched, and they gave us a vector to the ship. First thing we did when we got off, go ahead and check all the weapon systems. Our radar was working. We tuned the missiles, make sure that they were all ready, and all I had to do was hit the on switch and you could fire them. So we wanted to make sure that we were ready for whatever we might come up against. As we started out, we continually said, okay, what is the threat? Where is the ship? Who are we going against? What does the enemy look like? Are we going against 10 MiGs, or is this just a one aircraft that's in the wrong place? We didn't feel that there'd be any Israelis there because they're on our side, so we didn't feel that we'd be up against them. So we were looking at the Egyptians and the Russians. So those are the two countries that had aircraft that we would be up against fighting. We continually said, okay, what is the threat? Where is the ship? How far is the ship? What is the status of the ship? What is the attack? Who's attacking it? What type of aircraft? And so on, which they did not know. This conversation went back and forth until we got the word from the Sixth Fleet to stand down and return to base. Well, we kept saying, well, is the ship okay? What we're coming back now is over. Are they okay? Do we need to do anything else? We're up here. We're on the way. They said, no, return to base. Return to base. We were very discouraged. That what is going on? What levels of government are in cahoots with somebody else?
So just remember, the words we had, help is on the way. And we are all saying this. When is it coming? Who's coming? What's going to happen?
We couldn't understand why hour after hour went by and we never had a flyover. Nobody came by.
It looks like we were, the things were arranged in such a way that, yes, the U.S.S. Liberty would be left alone to encounter whatever happened.
For some reason, they wanted 294 Americans dead.
I'm convinced more and more that it was not an accident, and the attackers intended to wipe us out completely. Advised as to the intention of launching plane to come to the Liberty's assistance, or at least determine what her status was. No plane reached the vicinity of the Liberty at the time of the attack, or any time later for over 17 hours.
A lot went on the ship between June the 9th. The morning of June the 9th, we didn't see any assistance whatsoever until the morning of June the 9th.
From that morning I got up Through that day, through that night, we grabbed everybody we could and took them down to our mess hall. We used our mess hall as our hospital with all the tables there. So we kept taking the bodies from around the ship down to the mess hall.
Every table had somebody on it. And also we had casualties on the deck. They had to put them on the floor because there was no more tables to put them on.
This here was up close and personal. Blood and guts and arms and legs and heads. People, your shipmates blown to bits. I mean, it was just horrifying.
The mess deck was just so, there was moaning and groaning, of course. And one of the guys had, top of his head was gone, kind of sort of shot back. He wondered why. What was I just really hate to go back there in my mind again. 52 years, it seems like just yesterday.
I was ordered to go help Doc Kiefer. He was one doctor and there was 2 medics aboard the ship.
The care of these people was done by myself with the assistance of 2 corpsmen. The corpsmen did many things of minor surgery, and I just had so much to do keeping people together, keeping their limbs attached to their body.
One of the men here, Tom Riley, I remember that he had a almost surgically precise wound of his head. You could look through a portion of his scalp, and if you pulled the hair back, you could see his brain with skull and coverings moved away underneath that.
I remember seeing Dr. Kiefer coming on the floor and saying, he's okay, we gotta get him. We gotta get, Schaefer, you go over there and make sure you put a spoon in his mouth and suck out so he won't suffocate.
That was terrible down there.
Doc Kiefer grabbed me and told me to lay down, and he stuck a needle in my arm and ran a tube to a guy he was gonna operate on and did sort of a live blood transfusion. All I remember is him opening the guy up and saying, his kidneys are all shot out, there's nothing I can do for him, and he sewed him up and went back on to another.
Well, I was coated with a 30-year supply of burnt Navy paint. Covered virtually every square inch of my body. It took out, they told me that one eardrum was completely burnt out and the other was 85% blown out.
So surreal. It was just like it wasn't there. It was, I mean, you've seen the guys on the mess tables, you know, dying, and it was something you saw in the movies. It wasn't something that you lived. It was something that you saw in the movies. It wasn't something that was supposed to happen to you. There was
Guys screaming and moaning and groaning. You never forget that. You ever hear of a guy holler for Jesus? I never heard that before. Another guy was screaming for his mother. That was another, I never heard that before. So as an 18-year-old, it was pretty harrowing.
I found out later that the doctor was wounded. I didn't even know that he was wounded, but he had gotten shrapnel in his stomach when he was actually operating on someone in sick bay. And so they had to move down to the mess decks, and he completed the operation there.
I had 15 to 20 pieces of shrapnel in my abdomen.
He had his life raft tied around his gut to keep his guts in. Both of his knees were shot. And this man stood on those legs for hours and hours and hours and hours.
tending to people. Yeah, I think somebody said, "Hey, Doc, what are you wearing that life jacket for? You're scaring people." He said, I got to hold my insides in.
Captain McGonigal thought he shouldn't be wearing his life jacket, and didn't find out until years later that he had the life jacket on because he'd been wounded. So at our banquet in '95 in the reunion in San Diego, Captain McGonigal apologized to Doc Kiefer, which I thought was very big of Captain McGonigal too.
As it turns out, 294 total people on a ship, and you have 34 dead and 170 some wounded. He should have had the highest honor you could have for what he did, because he could have saved 100 lives.
If anybody deserved the Medal of Honor, he did, along with my boss, George Golden.
April 29th, 1945, I lost another ship, and I spent 10 hours swimming in the water off of Japan. And so that's why I'm a Christian, because I know that the Lord has been with me through everything that I've done. And a lot of these young fellows here, not knowing what I was doing when I was walking in the passageways that night when that ship was shot up, it was praying for them. But I knew that the Lord was also on that ship.
Both of them deserve the Medal of Honor. I know our captain got it, but, that's just the way it worked.
I know I cried a lot afterwards, and whenever, I think most of us did, when we had a chance to be by ourselves, just to relieve, that emotion that built up.
Everybody took a role of probably the most unified group of people you could ever see in your life.
9 guys died topside during the air attack, and I do remember putting guys in body bags, and we put them in the refrigerator so that they didn't decompose any more than necessary.
There was just a lot of casualties, and then word was a lot of talk on the ship, guys were killed here, guys were killed there, and the whole communication department was killed, and nobody knew who or what, and where's our Air Force, or where's the Navy, why isn't there our planes coming to our aid or something, All night we were out there with no assistance,
How could they let us sit out here like this? And why are we not going to sink? We're at a 10 or 12 degree list, and we're still floating.
I was thinking if the ship started taking on more water, all those casualties, they would never get out. The ship rolls over, they're all going to die. We couldn't get them out. There's no way.
It's just the miracle that we didn't sink. It should have, no question about it. The only reason the ship stayed afloat is because they did what they had to do, meaning their jobs, and it's just the miracle that we didn't sink. It should have.
Why didn't Admiral Martin give orders for ships to come to us as fast as possible, besides the planes? So in other words, give orders for destroyers to leave immediately and sink anything that gets in your way, but get to the Liberty as fast as possible. That didn't happen until later on. The Massey, U.S.S. Massey and Davis, we didn't rendezvous with them until 5 o'clock the next morning. Where were they all that time?
I remember when topside in the morning, and I could see this shape from on the horizon, and it was the U.S.S. America. That was readily visible first because of the shape of an aircraft carrier. It took a while to even see the 2 destroyers that were with her. Of course, I felt immediate relief because it had been a long night.
I kind of felt like, thank God we're being rescued. It was, in my mind, I felt like it was too little, too late, but it was still, I was glad that someone finally came to our aid.
First thing, sunrise, we were launched and went down and flew over Liberty to see what it looked like. It was pretty devastating. When you first came down and saw it and saw gaping holes in it, and of course we flew patrol over the ship from there until we got it back to Malta, and really pretty heartbreaking to see a ship shot up as bad as it was.
My name is Wayne Stiles. On June 8, 1967, I was assigned to a helicopter squadron aboard the U.S.S. America. I was 26 years old, and I was a lieutenant junior grade. That afternoon, we were apprised by our officer in charge that an American ship had been attacked, and they didn't know by whom, and that we were to get ready, and possibly we would be conducting a rescue mission to that ship. I have 3 letters that I wrote to my wife. They're dated June 8th, June 9th, and June 10th, 1967. All morning long, Russian ships were trying to break our formations, and we had to have helicopters airborne all day long with photographers aboard. All told, we got something like 17 hours of flight time logged today on all aircraft combined. This was on June 8th. About 4 p.m., the America launched some of its aircraft because an American intelligence gathering ship was attacked by 6 PT boats near Port Said, Egypt. Everyone thought the PT boats were Egyptian. When they came down and told us that one of our ships had been attacked, they put us on instant standby in the ready room. And they said, we want 2 crews here at all times, because they didn't know when or if they were going to launch us. It all depended on how quickly we could get within flight distance of the Liberty. So we had to wait till the early next morning, and that's when we took off. We flew towards the Liberty probably for an hour, and we saw her in the distance, and she was basically listing to one side. I think there was a little bit of smoke. The briefing was that we were going to go to the Liberty, and we were going to rescue any wounded sailors or bring back dead bodies. We weren't told how to do it. We weren't told how many people to pick up. We were just told to go there and execute a rescue mission, which we did. We were the very first helicopter to reach the Liberty. The devastation was complete. There was not an open spot on the whole ship where we could land, number one, or that there was only that one tiny spot on the bow that was unobstructed where they could bring people out and we could bring them up. I was just looking around a little bit at the ship. I saw blood sloshing back and forth. It was complete destruction. Damaged bulkheads and antennas down and booms down, and any kind of masts broken and toppled over. It was just almost like a Hulk, really. I had seen and heard of pilots being killed during my training, but as far as this wholesale destruction, I had never witnessed anything like it. On June 9th, today was quite a day for me. We, our detachment, flew the wounded from the U.S. Liberty to the America. We also flew the dead back here to be sent home, I guess. The ship is a real mess. The Israelis really chopped it up. When we were hovering, we started bringing up the wounded one at a time. As we hovered, I noticed that the engine power was maximum. So as we brought people up, the rotor speed got down to 92%. We were both concerned because we lose the tail rotor at 89%. And if your main rotors go below 89%, your tail rotor is no longer effective, meaning you will crash. We had a rescuee halfway up on the hoist, and the pilot ordered that person to be returned down to the ship. When we were riding back to the America with our cargo of wounded people, he and I were talking, and he said he at some point doubted that we were going to get out of there. He thought we were going to crash. We carried 5 in our helo on 3 trips because some were on stretchers. Some were in pretty bad shape, believe me. It makes me mad because our crewmen who were on deck there talked to the survivors. The survivors said that the Israelis had been harassing them for 2 days. They must have known all along the ship was American, although of course we'll never know. The name was painted in English, and the flag was flying. What more did they need for justification? Of course, you people back home know more about what's going on. It makes me sick. We're out here taking the risks, and they never tell you a darn thing. That really makes you feel great when you have to try and pick up a British radio station to find out what's going on your own ship. There was a complete lockdown on information about what actually took place and any of the details other than our own operational requirements. I knew that Robert Goralski was on board. We had seen him with his film crew around the ship. So whether he flew in anticipation of the 6-day war or whether he came in after it started, I have no idea.
As many as 33 American sailors were killed. The ship and its survivors are still on their way to Mediterranean ports. NBC News correspondent Robert Goralski reports by satellite.
This is the U.S.S. Liberty, the Navy ship that was strafed and torpedoed Thursday by Israeli patrol torpedo boats and Israeli warplanes. She's been steaming along at 8 knots since she was attacked in the accidental episode of yesterday. She has now been joined by the 6th Fleet, which has been steaming to her assistance. All day today aboard the U.S.S. America, helicopters have been taking off and landing. They've been bringing back some of the 100 men who were injured in yesterday's attack. The helicopters first took aboard the most severely wounded, now taking aboard those who were able to walk aboard ship. They will eventually be taken to the European mainland for treatment. From here, it's impossible to assess the damage to the Liberty. She took 1 torpedo from the Israeli patrol torpedo boat in her starboard part of the ship forward. She also was attacked 6 separate times by Israeli Air Force fighters. She was listing slightly starboard to the right when she first came into view. This is Robert Goralski, NBC News, aboard the U.S.S. America.
When daylight pierced the vessel, one cloud was in the sky. I beheld the star of Ramphine with a million questions why. And every hole that tore my soul that day, I still carry them with me. By sheer determination and God's grace, I remain. But if it helps you sleep, you can picture me at the bottom of the sea.
My name is John Conroy. I was in the United States Navy, a first-class petty officer personnelman stationed on board the U.S.S. Davis, DD 937, operating in the Mediterranean Sea on the 8th of June, 1967. We arrived on the scene just as the sun was breaking at dawn, and you could see the outline of the Liberty, which was listening. And we made the approach on the Liberty, and it was decided at that time that we would assemble a crew to go on one of our whaleboats to the assistance of the Liberty. During the night, we received by helicopter a combat photography team from Naples, which had been dispatched to record or photograph the events on the Liberty when we arrived. And initially my job by my XO was, says, you go with the combat photography team and you act as a scribe and take notes of everything that you see and where they go and what they take pictures of and so on and so forth. I said, okay, fine. So that's why I was one of the initial boarding party, was to go with that combat photography team. We got on the water in the whaleboat, steamed across the water. We got alongside the Liberty, practically near the hole where the torpedo head went into the ship, and each of us got off the whaleboat, climbed the ship on the Jacob's ladder, and got up onto the forecastle. My executive officer, Commander Cochran, he went immediately to the bridge to relieve the navigator up there. I stayed with the combat photography team while they had all their photography equipment brought up from the whaleboat and set up on the deck. And as I'm waiting for those guys to get their gear ready to go, they made an announcement that they didn't have any film. They had forgotten the film. I sent a note back on the High Line, and I said, Jim, pack up my 8mm camera and send it back over to me. So he packed up my 8mm camera and sent it back on the High Line to me while I was on the Liberty, and I was able to take 8mm movies on the Liberty. Hit the deck up there, the first thing I saw was that 50 caliber machine gun with rocket holes in it. And there was blood and stuff all over the place. You can tell some people had been seriously injured, if not killed, up there. Collectively, the crew was functioning, but they were functioning in what I thought was a condition of being in shock. They just was beyond their comprehension for what happened. But they were functioning.
I think we all knew that we still had kind of a long haul ahead of us. In true Navy fashion, the skipper wanted us to make the ship, as ship-shape as we could before we got into port, which meant, those of us that were walking wounded had to go topside and try and clean the ship as best you could to get rid of the blood stains and the napalm. The first and foremost, was they wanted us to recover all of our shipmates' body parts.
The one corpsman, I think he was a third class, I was one level above him. I was outside somewhere, and he had a couple of body bags there. And he was literally taking parts and moving them around from bag to bag, or filling this bag up with these parts. And I got out of it. I said I didn't want to watch that no more, but I couldn't imagine doing that job,
No, I don't know how you do it. I didn't do it very long. Just a few pieces and a few parts was enough for this guy. I couldn't handle it. A friend of mine from Minnesota, he took a rocket in his guts and and he was supposed to be getting married when we got back in. Did his Kolak. Nice guy. You can see pieces of them laying around, pieces of their body. Hard to take. I mean, I don't know how you would explain that. I don't know what the feeling is. There was no feeling. You know, when there's nothing left, you can't believe it's him. And there's other mixed together, both him and Dave, the gunner man.
Gun tub, where two of my friends died, Skolak and Thompson. The blood was in there about that thick. And that day, it was so hot out. I mean, it just crinkled the blood. It turned into a dark brown, almost black. And I told the old man, I said, Skipper, I can't get that off. It's not going to come off. He said, okay, just get off what you can, but I want my ship clean. And we got it as clean as we could. And hell, we found a shoe with a foot still in it. I think it was Skolak's foot. And the old man says, wash everything over the side. We washed his foot right off the side.
That's war, I guess, but I don't particularly think that was a war day, one day out of my life. But it stuck with me, even though it's been 50 plus years. The next day was even worse.
We had a 6-day transit after the Davis and the Massey came alongside. We transited to Malta for repairs.
It took us 6 days and 1,000 miles to sail to Malta.
When they said we're going to Malta, I didn't argue about that, but later on I've discovered that Crete was a lot closer, and I thought to myself, well, why?
We all thought, well, maybe they want us to break apart and sink even before we get to Malta. We did have a couple ships around us, but I still think, I mean, why would they send us to Malta? And then I found out later the reason why is because Admiral Isaac Kidd came aboard our ship with his legal aid, Judge Advocate Ward Boston.
Admiral Kidd was dispatched to conduct an inquiry. So they highlight him over, and he commenced to setting up interviewing the crew members, and I was assigned to type up the notes that Admiral Kidd was writing. Admiral Kidd was pretty infamous throughout the Sixth Fleet. He was about his business. He was sent over there to do an inquiry, to start assembling testimony, if you wish, or stories or notes or descriptions of things that happened.
6 in the morning, someone hollers attention on deck, and I'm in my rack in my underwear. We're all in our underwear, we're sleeping, and there's Admiral Kidd drinking a coffee right there. He's like 4 feet from me. He was a pretty big guy, and he was just talking to us normally. He wanted to know how we're doing.
He got there and he looked at us and he says, hey, listen, I'm just like your dad. I want to know everything because I want to get this taken care of. And he took off his stars, threw them on the table, and it rang like a big bell. And I thought, wow, you know, this is cool. We can open up to him. So the other guys went first, and I was the last one. I was the only one in damage control that he had talked to. But we was a small group. Think of it, just 5 of us. So he said, tell me exactly what happened. This is when he got to me. He said, did you see the MTBs, motor torpedo boats? I said, yes, sir, I did. He says, don't call me sir. I told you I was just like your dad. I said, okay. I saw the MTBs. He said, did you see any markings on it? I said, absolutely. I saw the Star of David very clearly on the motor torpedo boats, and I thought they were here to rescue us. He says, yeah, I know that. I heard about that. Continue. He said, continue. He said, did you see the flag flying? I said, yes, I did. Did you see the jet aircraft? I said, I could hear them, but I understood they had no markings on them. He says, okay. He says, what was your duty station again? I says, well, I was on-scene leader in the forward repair party. He says, you were all over the ship? I says, yes. He says, did you see any torpedoes? I says, I saw 2 aft. I didn't see the one that hit the ship. Where the other 2 went, I have no idea. Did you think the ship was going to sink? I said, absolutely, I thought it was going to sink. I mean, it rolled over, I thought it was going to tip over, and it just stopped. And then he put his stars back on. And he got real close to me, and he got beaten red. And he said, I want to tell you something, sailor. Now I'm an admiral again. You ever repeat one word about the U.S.S. Liberty and who did it to you, I'll guarantee I'll see you in Leavenworth or worse. You know what worse means? I said, yes, sir, I do. I said, well, what did you leave us out there alone for? He says, I'm an admiral now. You call me admiral or sir, period. He slammed the door and walked out, and I went up to the door and started beating my hands against it. F you, Admiral. F you, Admiral. Hope you hear me. And then I left. You would think that the Admiral would say, hey, good job, you guys, you know, pat you on the back or say something nice. They set us up again. They set us up to get all the information they could, and then they beat us down to the ground again. It was just like the attack over again. It was worse than heartbreak. I felt like scum, just a piece of gum on a shoe. I had no self-worth.
He knew everything. He already knew what was going on. I wasn't thinking cover-up at that time. But when you heard that guy, you knew something was different. He wasn't a very nice man.
Of the 34 that were killed that day, 28 worked for me. I was heloed out the next day to the U.S.S. America.
David had been 10 feet from the torpedo when it went off, and been flash burned all over his body. And then when they got him over there, they lanced his eyes open and they had to clean him up. And they said, Admiral Geist wants to see you in his cabin.
I was in bed the first 2 days I was there. They were waiting for my eyes to heal some before they opened them up. When they lanced my eyelids and opened them up, I was told that the Admiral would like to speak to me. I went to his stateroom, and he set me down. He said, Amanda Lewis, what I'm about to tell you is for your ears only. You are not to tell anyone during my lifetime.
Then I locked eyes with the pilot. Threw my fist into the air. 'Cause I'd rather die in violence than cower at your sneer. And I've held these wounds for decades in my heart. And while you keep them in the dark, you store up wrath that you cannot erase. No, it remains. But if it helps you sleep, you can pick bottom of the sea.
Things like this don't happen. Things are caused to happen. There must be some reason why more is not known. There must be some reason why we didn't react more deliberately, more directly, more positively, as we have reacted many times in our history before and since.
When daylight pierced the vessel, one cloud was in the sky, I beheld the star of Ramfine with a million questions why. But if it helps you sleep, you can picture me at the bottom of the sea.
The basic thing is you want to protect all your fellow Americans, and you're in the Navy. You want to whatever ship, whatever kind it is, that's what you're there for. You're to protect them and provide cover for them. And we didn't get a chance to do that. We were called back. When we came back, there was a lot of speculation of who called off for what reason. We knew that our carrier division commander, as well as Admiral Martin, because his call sign was used, were the people that called us back. The reason for calling us back were a little mysterious to us. We felt that they should have, we should have gone and been able to go down and help them. We didn't understand what the politics were behind us. I mean, when you see your fellow sailors and shipmates with a hole in the side of their ship and the number of that were killed, you're pissed off, to put it frankly. You know, you want, what is the reason for this? And I don't think we ever really had a good explanation for that reason.
Of the 34 that were killed that day, 28 worked for me. I never should have survived. I was less than 10 feet when the torpedo detonated. They told me that one eardrum was completely burnt out and the other was 85% blown out. I was heloed out the next day to the U.S.S. America. I was in bed the first 2 days I was there. They were waiting for my eyes to heal some before they opened them up. When they lanced my eyelids and opened them up, I was told that the Admiral would like to speak to me. I went to his stateroom and he set me down. He said, "Commander Lewis, what I'm about to tell you is for your ears only. You are not to tell anyone during my lifetime." He told me he knew it was going to be hushed up, And I wasn't to say anything about it, but he had to get it off his chest. Then he proceeded to tell me that he had launched aircraft. And he said that they had hardly gotten airborne before Robert McNamara recalled them.
I don't know what the hell happened, and I haven't taken time to find out. But there are all of these claims that we sent planes, the planes were going out and we turned them around, and that we intentionally allowed the Israelis to sink the Liberty. I know nothing about it.
Are you familiar with Operation Critic? President Eisenhower got extremely perturbed when it took 3 days for critical intelligence to get to him. So he directed the services to institute a Criticom network. If you type the word critic, C-R-I-T-I-C, in the heading, everything worldwide shuts down until that gets to the White House. That was obviously how McNamara knew instantly that we'd launched aircraft. It was reported to Washington that aircraft had been launched, and almost instantaneously, McNamara recalls them. Admiral Geis said he assumed that some idiot in Washington thought he was launching nukes to come to the assistance of the Liberty. So he reconfigured a flight of aircraft incapable of carrying nukes and relaunched them. And immediately, Robert McNamara came on again and said, I ordered you to recall the aircraft. And Admiral Geis said he exercised his military prerogative of challenging the order, which means it goes to the next higher echelon. And almost instantly, Lyndon Johnson comes on the phone and says, recall the damned aircraft. I don't care if the ship sinks and all the sailors are killed. I will not embarrass my ally. That was several hours before he was notified who did it, which is just further justification that the idea that he was behind it all. I hated Lyndon Johnson. I didn't think much of McNamara, but I couldn't believe either of them were capable of that. It was proven they could get away with it once. The Gulf of Tonkin must have come into their minds. The cover-up was to protect a treasonous president.
After the Davis and the Massey came alongside, we transited to Malta.
It took us 6 days and 1,000 miles to sail to Malta.
The smell was unbelievable. I can smell it right now. There's 25 souls down there getting banged around by seawater. Was the smell of death, stench of rotting bodies in 110-degree water.
Typically, when you come back to port after a 3 or 4 month cruise, you've got family members and relatives there to greet you, and here's a ship that's just, been brutally attacked, and I would have thought that there would have been some sort of, not necessarily a band to play or something, but somebody there to greet us and congratulate us for keeping the ship afloat and, saving a lot of our shipmates. But it was the total opposite. There were officers, U.S. naval officers, manning the lines, which was totally unheard of. You don't have lieutenants and commanders or captains, grabbing the lines, and they're the first ones coming on board. So that immediately told me that, something's going on.
the Liberty is still a floating coffin. As she limps here into the harbor of Malta, headed for dry dock, aside from the 9 bodies already flown to America, 22 more bodies are trapped below decks in compartments flooded when struck by an Israeli torpedo. The Liberty is still shrouded in secrecy. Newsmen are not allowed on board. Sailors on board are not allowed to talk to newsmen. Above all, the major mystery, the mystery of why the Israelis attacked the Liberty, some 15 miles offshore of Sinai, without warning, without challenge.
Kind of a long process to get her into dry dock. That took at least a day or a day and a half before they got all the water out from under the ship.
When we got into the dry docks, they put great big timbers on all the sides of the ship to keep it, from rocking around. And then it was a flat-bottom ship. And it is set down on these great big wooden boat holders, I guess you'd call them. When all that was done, when the ship got there and the water went out of the dock, I wasn't a spy, a spook aboard the ship, so I wasn't allowed to go down in the torpedo spaces where it was torpedoed because there was still classified stuff down there and they wanted their own men to do it.
They wanted those of us with the clearances, the top secret crypto clearances, to go down and clean up first.
When I was in one of the passageways, an officer stopped me in the passageway and he said, "Kukal, you're going to be in charge of the body recovery down below." And I tried to get out of it, I admit it. I said, I don't want to go down and pick these guys up in pieces. Can't we, when we get in a dry, can't they assign someone, a civilians or whatever, to go down and do this body recovery? He said, no, because first of all, there's classified material down there, and it's you guys that are going to have to go down and recover your own shipmates. And so an order is an order. I went and did it.
The torpedo killed 25 in those classified areas. Primarily our O branch staff, our processing and reporting staff, our linguists, and our maintenance people.
It absolutely pierced right in perfectly above the deck and imploded. All the explosion happened. That's what blew that massive hole in the side of the ship. If not, there'd have been a small hole in the top part, come completely in, imploded, just split the ship in half.
Took a miracle to hit that I-beam precisely, or we would have gone down.
The little hole on top of the ship is where our floor was right there, and that's where all the people, that's where all 25 were killed.
Yeah. Well, out of that room, I was the only one that survived. Live with that. I probably was at the most 15 feet from where the torpedo came in. They say get over it. You don't get over something like this. It haunts you. I don't sleep at night because of the dreams. Oh, the dream I have is the singular dream I have, is me being down in that room again, full of water with bodies floating by me, faceless bodies. And who wants to dream that? Who wants to relive that the fact that you are alive? It haunts you. It haunts me that I'm the only one that made it out of that room. I've been having that dream since 1967.
There was only a certain number of people with clearances available to go down to work. So who wasn't wounded or who wasn't seriously wounded, everybody was put to work collecting bodies, body parts, and classified materials.
When we went down into the ops to recover, it was dark for sure. There was some lighting because the hole was exposed, but there was an odor of oil mixed with decaying matter. We all threw up in the hole the first time we went down. And going back wasn't much easier. So I only made myself 2 trips down.
Anything, any debris whatsoever, paper, metal, it all went into the bag. And you know you were picking up pieces of bodies besides pieces of equipment. For me, it was worse than the attack itself.
I knew what I was about to see, but when I left there, it was full of water. I didn't realize the extent of the damage. The bodies had been soaking for 7 days in salt water. I immediately will get ill if I smell rotting meat.
I volunteered to be on the first body recovery team because my buddy, Bob Eisenberg, I never saw his name on the roster to show that he had come out. I knew what I thought was down there. I thought, not knowing what had happened, other than the fact that the torpedo had entered from the starboard side, in my mind, I hadn't envisioned what it was going to look like. I'm coming down the ladder backwards, and I'm turning around to just pan the area. I saw out of the corner of my eye this vertical body, and it scared me to death. I froze. I couldn't understand what I was looking at first, because I expected bodies to be on the deck. When the ship would take a roll and then the water would move back out, apparently a portion of the overhead had caught his head lodged so that he was suspended vertically. And we had to, as carefully as we could, pull him down, and a body that's been in salt water and oil and stuff for that many days isn't, I mean, it's not like your body today. It's hard to keep it all intact, and I'm surprised I can even talk about that. I see this in my nightmares constantly. I mean, I'll never forget that. I'm getting chills now as I'm telling you about it.
Try to blank it out. I mean, you can't help but think about it when you find somebody's finger or toe, or you never forget it.
It was a horrific experience, but you're doing it because you're requested to do it. You know why they want you to go down there, because loved ones back home, if there's a chance of having remains, they would want those. So we did what we did what we had to do, felt we had to do, and but it was tough. It was a very tough time.
Bob's was the third body that I found. He had taken a piece of shrapnel in the chest, about 5 or 6 inches wide, And so he died instantly. And I wanted to be able to tell his family back in Minnesota, his mom and his dad and his sister, what had happened. Because I don't think when the Navy or any military branch sends their 2 military people to the door to tell you your son or your daughter, gave their life for their country, they don't explain anything other than, here's your flag and thank you for, your son's service. I wanted them to know that Bob, died instantly and so on. The Navy wouldn't let me do that. I'm still upset with the government for not allowing me to have closure there.
It was several days of scraping up classified material and putting it in bags to be destroyed. You could, desks and metal objects, things that were not covered with classified material were literally thrown out of the torpedo hull to the bottom of the dry dock.
The second I even got on the ship, the stench was beyond what you could believe of the dead bodies being there that long. I spent the next 30-some days in that hole every day, cleaning it out. In that process of being one of the few that cleaned that hole out, we went in and looked at a lot of the equipment. We took some of the R390, they pulled it out of its bay, opened it up like an old television, the tubes are in it and all that. In those boxes, we found eyeglasses. I found my brother's class ring. He had died the year before. I had his class ring on during that, and it was blown off, and we found it 20 days later.
I remember walking around at one point saying, why am I still walking around and these guys are body parts? Within the first 15, 20 minutes, I found an arm. His name was Phil Tiki. He was a bodybuilder. And so I found this arm and I knew whose arm it was. So even though it had been soaked in salt water, the relative structure of the muscle, you could tell he was someone that had worked out. Even though it was ballooned up, it was swollen.
Arms, hands, and things we found them in different spots. I remember finding Lieutenant Pierce. We found his arm in an air conditioning vent. I think we tried to get off that ship in Malta every minute we could get off of it. Petty Officer Ron Kukul was given probably the toughest job on Earth.
The men would bring the body pieces up to me, and I tried to put them together to make a body out of them, sort of like a jigsaw puzzle. I put together, I suppose, around 17 or 18 of them. We had pieces left over, and those pieces are buried in Arlington right now. I think there was 7 men that we just couldn't come up with. There was no way to identify them. So we threw all those pieces into a body bag and called it those 6 or 7 men. I can't remember how many there was. And what else can you do? Well, Ernie Gallo was standing right beside me, and he asked me, he said, "How can you do this, Ron?" I never even answered him, because I really don't think I was in control of my own body. I really don't. Someone else was running this situation, not me. It's almost like I was sort of like a robot, mechanically doing things that the average person just couldn't do on their own. It's hard to describe that because it's like it's a mechanical thing that you're not even in control of. Phil Turney told me that he took 2 days leave off the ship because the smell was so bad. I stood in the middle of all that. I never smelled a thing. Not once. I tell Phil about this even to this day. Ron, how could you stand it? I've asked doctors, I said, why can't I remember the specifics of this? Their explanation has been this. That kind of thing, that type of horror, your body is not going to remember. Your brain's not going to record it.
The J spent bagging up the body parts will be with us for the rest of our life.
I was pretty amazed at that myself, at the cover-up and how quick it got started. It was not until we actually got to Malta where it really became obvious.
Captain, there's been a lot of talk about this ship. What is it exactly?
This was a time of considerable tension. We were evacuating Americans from many of the countries of the Middle East. She was there to assist the embassies in their communication.
Our cover story was that we were there to assist in evacuation of U.S. personnel at the embassy there if things went seriously wrong and Egypt was able to go in and conquer Israel as opposed to the other way around. But obviously that didn't happen, and obviously that wasn't our only mission over there.
So when I got to Malta and I came back on board the ship, we were instructed not to say anything to any media, to talk to anybody about it, not even to talk to each other about it. I mean, this didn't happen as the way it was presented to us.
The cover-up was on, and I knew that. So I started cutting even out at sea, because I didn't want them to get rid of all the evidence. Is what they did. And I cut probably 30 of these out of 40. I was tasked to count how many holes we had. They told us to quit counting at 850. They said, quit counting, that's enough. At 850. There were over 5,000 armor-piercing bullets in this ship. 5,000 that came off the torpedo boats or the airplanes. We thought, well, listen, patch the hole up, the torpedo hole, and let us go home battle-scarred and let America see what they did to us. And absolutely not. It's none of your business what we do to government property. This is not your property, it's some other government, just like you are. They painted her up and got rid of the holes and patched over them.
Why are you patching up everything? You know, I said to my buddy, I says, I want to ride this thing into Norfolk, Virginia with the thing blown to crap, you know, the fire all over and whatever. I mean, you know, that's TV stuff. But, you know, they patched everything on that ship. That ship was never going to sail again as an operational ship.
Looked perfect, didn't it? They sent us to Little Creek, the farthest place out they could take the ship.
And so there were 9 of us in from the security group who stayed on board, plus the people to run the ship and so forth too, our cooks and things like that. But it was a very sparse, extremely sparse crew, just skeleton. Our role was to keep pulling things out. Then when we got out over the seas, we were to destroy every piece of equipment on that ship.
I was told you're going back, and there was most of the engineering types stayed with the ship. A lot of the CTs were off. They transferred them somewhere. and, you know, supply guys and the deck guys. And that boat of ours was creaking and groaning and cracking, and it was just a spooky ride because there wasn't a lot of people.
We're going through the Straits of Gibraltar, and there was a fog bank that hit. We had no radar, we had nothing, so that's why we were under a guide. So we got crossways in there, couldn't see anything or whatever, and they had to do the general quarters drill.
General quarters, all hands man your battle station.
So the last general quarters drill I heard was the battle itself. So I'm in bed, and I come out of there in general quarters, don't know where to go, what to do, and so is somebody going to come and finish the job and attack us then? It's profound knowing that everywhere you are for that whole time, that your buddies had all been blown to pieces.
When we were coming back, we had to go down below in the CT spaces where the torpedo hit. And that was the weirdest thing in my time, because I know that there are ghosts. My first trip down below, we go down below and it's nice and clean. You know, there's nothing there. Just bulkheads, all nice and painted up. Even though they painted everything, did everything, the guys were still there. Their souls were still there. I mean, you just, that was one of the, I'll never, ever forget that part. It's a wide open space and you can hear the moans and the groans. Man. You know, like when you're out to sea, you hear some things, but you're not supposed to hear those kind of things. You're not supposed to hear people saying, help. You can hear the, help me. You can hear the crying. You can hear the absolute, you know. And you wonder, how can you let these people go out into their own space anymore? Will they ever learn to get to their space anymore? These sailors wanting and whining, not whining because they're whining. It was, they were sad. How can you help somebody when you can't even see them, but you can hear them? And you know that you're alive. They're not alive. That's when you really feel. Anyhow, for me, on the way back, that's when I felt. How come me? I'm here and Spicer's there. He's gone, dead, forgotten, ripped to pieces. Not me. Why? Armstrong's dead, gone. Not me. Skolak's dead and gone. Not me. Yeah, you deal with it almost every day. When something's come around, it brings back. Maybe you see a car accident, or maybe you see something advertised on the news about Israel or something that it'll hit you again. Ooh.
You okay?
Yeah, can you?
Well, we got the ship there, and there was just a lot of rumors, what's going to happen, what's going to happen.
I guess it was announced that the U.S.S. Liberty's coming in, and Some of the families were there. I know my parents were there, and some of the crew's parents that had passed were there. There was no political hierarchy there from Washington, D.C. The President of the United States should have been there, in my opinion.
It was not a homecoming. It was another slap in the face by the United States government.
There was media there trying to interview us. We were instructed to never say anything to anybody.
They threatened us. I remember that. You know, I mean, don't talk to anybody off this ship.
Don't talk to the media, don't talk to your family. You're not to say anything at all about the U.S.S. Liberty and what happened out there.
We weren't allowed to talk to anyone, especially any newsmen, but not even our family, wives, mothers, fathers. We were never to talk about the event ever again.
It makes you feel kind of ashamed that it happened. Okay, why can't I talk about it? What's so bad about this ship getting hit that I can't talk about? What did we do wrong? Why are we being labeled the bad guys and we can't talk about it?
Wow, no, why would they go ahead and tell me not to say nothing? If you do, you're gonna go to prison or worse. I can remember that.
They had an officer debrief me, and he told me, he said, "You've got the highest security clearance anybody can get in this country. Go away, never talk about this to anybody, including your family." So for 20 years, I kept it all bottled up inside and didn't talk to anybody about it.
Well, we were given a gag order that we weren't allowed to talk about the attack whatsoever, to no one, even our wives, our parents. No, we were not allowed to talk to anyone, especially the media.
I got this letter that, hey, the government wants to make you, Israel wants you to settle with them, and we're going to give you $200 for your clothes, for your that got damaged and stuff. It was, I mean, let's face it, they bought me off for $200. That's what they did. But I didn't care. I didn't care. I just, leave me alone, because I'm not talking about it. I didn't talk about the attack for 18 years after it happened. I got remarried, and I never told my wife I was even in the military, because I was afraid to. I was afraid I'd end up in prison.
We just dealt with it and moved on. You know, a lot of the guys have some, it's really affected them, you know, some of the survivors. It's a traumatic thing to go through that, you know, to see 34 people killed in a couple hours, you know. I was sleeping in that room because I went to read one night, and I woke up, I was like petrified, and in that doorway was 3 sailors in their dungarees, and they were all wet, and they had water dripping off their heads, and they were all guys that I was on the ship with. And they were standing right in that door, and that was the worst one I had. That I woke, it just petrified me.
Before I was going to do things, I wanted to be things. I wanted to go to college. I wanted to be a dentist, or I wanted to be a minister, one of the two. Never made either one.
You lose so much of your being with this. You stop being the guy that you were before the attack. You know, the halfway decent kid that was going to be a sailor for the rest of his life, and you become this other person, this miserable piece of shit that really doesn't deserve to be alive.
I never did speak with it. My first wife, my mother, my dad, my 2 sisters. No, never.
I listened to my superiors, and we had Admiral Kidd, who was telling us, you know, we would be threatened with fines and/or imprisonment if we ever said anything to anyone. So for those 4 years that I spent in the Navy before I got out and went home to get married, I never said anything to anyone about any injuries. And then for the next 40 plus years, I never said anything to anyone. 2 years ago, I couldn't have conducted this, this interview without breaking down. And now I can at least talk about it, and it's helping. But I still have the nightmares. I still have the flashbacks.
You just couldn't talk about it. It was such a secret, and with our lives threatened, and who knows if they were monitoring us or doing whatever. How do I deal with all my buddies that I've just lost? What do I say to anybody? And it's just lost.
The cover-up was so extensive. It covered every aspect of life. It's hard to imagine that they could cover up so much for so long. They're still covering it up today. There was a limited group that betrayed me. Very influential, but limited. Ever since the attack, there's been rumors floating around that Captain McGonigal knew something about the attack before it came.
Captain and I was real close, and every time I'd see him while he was in the hospital, he would cry, and he called me a few years, 2 or 3 years before he died. He was going to be in Washington for me to come up there, and I sat in the room with him. We chatted a while, and then he got started telling me that those SOBs really did us in, George. And I said, what are you talking about?
George Golden, our engineering officer, said one day when McGonigal was in the cups, he's dead now, so I feel free to release it. He said McGonigal started crying. He said, they bribed me. They promised me the 4th stripe. My captain promised me a new command. They promised me the Congressional Medal of Honor if I just fabricate slightly the records. But all of the records were longhand. When the Court of Inquiry got there, they were neatly typed, and they were different records than what the sailors had written up during the attack.
My name is Ward Boston Jr. I'm a retired Navy captain, United States Navy. 35 years ago, or 36 years ago, I was the counsel of the Court of Inquiry that was appointed by Admiral McCain. And Admiral McCain gave us 1 week to complete our Court of Inquiry. He said it was an international incident and that the people in Washington wanted it. Well, that size of it, the nature of that court was such, it could have easily taken 6 months if we went to every person who had any knowledge. But we were given 1 week and we completed it.
I knew instantly when Admiral Kidd dressed me down, that was it, buddy. This cover-up has began. It was a mistaken identity. They did the Board of Inquiry in 7 days. That's unheard of. And that snake, John S. McCain, Sr., he was in on it. He was in on the cover-up. He ordered Ward Boston and Admiral Kidd to make sure that we were dressed down very good.
Admiral Kidd and Ward Boston, his lawyer, appeared at the Sink the Snatcher headquarters in London. And Ward Boston, as the lawyer with the Court of Inquiry, appeared at my office with the paper record of the Court of Inquiry proceedings. Captain Boston inquired where my review stood and how soon I would have it ready. And so I told him, I said, Ward, I have some real problems with this. It's not something that I can toss off, and I'm only partway through it. And I'm not sure how long it's going to take me. I can't give you a time at the moment, but I'm proceeding as it's my sole project. So Ward Boston left my office with that word. He returned to my office within the space of perhaps a half an hour or an hour and told me that he had come at the Admiral's direction to pick up the record from me and to take it back down to Admiral McCain's office. And so I did return the record to him as it had come to me from him. I had not even started to prepare an action or an endorsement that I could recommend to Admiral McCain for his adoption and signature. The record never was sent back to me as Admiral McCain's legal officer. I never saw it again, as a matter of fact. This is the only instance in which a record of such an investigation has been withdrawn from me after I had been asked to review it.
Well, there's no question. It was a big cover-up from the top on down. Nobody wanted to expose it, and I imagine that it goes back to the diplomatic parts with Johnson and the Israelis.
Lies and deceit cover up the truth. We want to uncover the lies and deceitfulness for the last 52 years.
We were told by the Thickest Navier and Sixth Fleet staff that this was not to be talked about and just act like it never happened. We don't want to hear about it. This is a non-incident. It's not to be talked about.
Page 1 the first day, page 8 the second day, third day was gone. It was totally covered up. I knew better. I knew it would be the end of my career if I said anything. In the Naval Security Group, everything was secret. So just one additional secret you had to keep, even though it affected you personally. If my troops had known that the President of the United States was attempting to kill all of them, it might have been the first mutiny the Navy ever saw.
Our armed forces are made up of the finest and the most dedicated men in America, ready to make any sacrifice for freedom.
Any sacrifice for freedom. So in his mind, I guess it was okay to sacrifice a few Americans to preserve this fragile relationship we had with Israel.
The U.S.S. Liberty was going to be sacrificed for this relationship with Israel.
I think we sacrificed a lot of people for no good reason, and that pretty much grinds on you a little bit that they all died for a lousy cause, and that's not good.
It's a twofold piece. The government putting the ship there, and then Israel being the one that executed the trying to sinking of it. And you got two powerful controls of the United States that won't let it come up.
Anybody that gets a big enough audience on the Liberty is a danger to the special relationship Israel has with the U.S., and they're going to do anything in their power to prevent it.
Our Presidential Unit Citation, McGonigal's Medal of Honor, says we were attacked by foreign jet aircraft and torpedo boats. It doesn't say we were attacked by Israel.
He's the only Medal of Honor winner in history. The president's never given him his Medal of Honor. He was sent to a Navy yard. It was kept quiet. If you think about that being a part of a cover-up.
For the officers and men of liberty, I accept this Presidential Unit Citation, and I would add my own personal appreciation for their professional devotion to duty.
our government printed, put it in writing in the United States Senate book of Congressional Medal of Honor recipients that he received his medal for action in Vietnam. That is one of the worst cover-ups in American history. How low can our government go?
I got a Purple Heart, and then I think that was sent to me.
If it was any other country that attacked us, any other ally even.
And to cover up even further, when they put the tombstone up in Arlington Cemetery, they said, sailors killed in the Eastern Med. The implication was that they was out bar hopping or something and had a car accident.
And it took considerable effort and much time to get the inscription set up properly and say that they were killed aboard the U.S.S. Liberty. That's what happened to them. They didn't die from any disease or plague or thing of that kind. They were killed.
On my record, your DD-214, which is like the record everyone has, it doesn't have me on the Liberty, and it doesn't have me getting these ribbons.
They scattered us all. They took them to different duty stations around the world. A lot of them went to Germany, just all over where you couldn't keep in contact with each other, which I wouldn't have anyway, because I was too afraid to.
They sent all of us in different directions. It was done deliberately. That was to ensure that we didn't talk to each other and come up with a plan.
When I first got to Bremerhaven, my first day at work, I was wearing my dungaree jacket. It was cold. I got there in July, but it was 55 degrees. It's so far north, I was freezing. And I had my dungaree jacket on with a U.S.S. Liberty patch, U.S.S. shoulder patch, a Liberty shoulder patch, and other things from the ship, and I was ordered to immediately take those off. I assumed that was because I had heard it's a spit and polish base. I assumed they didn't want any things like that on their uniform. However, I found that it was only the U.S.S. Liberty items that you were not permitted to put on your uniform. Shut up, don't talk about it, and that's it.
When I left Naples and went to Germany, that's when they took me into the ward where there were, like I said, about 20 beds, maybe 12 or 15 injured in that room. And within 5 minutes, they came and got me, put me in a private room, and that's when some officer came in and told me my name is Smith, and that if anybody ever asks you about the Liberty, you know nothing at all. Your name is Smith and you know nothing about the Liberty.
So when I was on the U.S.S. Little Rock, in the infirmary there with 4 of my shipmates, a lot of questions were asked to us by people who came in to visit us. Admiral Martin came down to visit us, asked how we're doing a couple times. And then he came in and sat on the edge of my bunk and just kind of took his hat off and says, I just want to talk to you guys. And then he says, let me just tell you what happened. And he said, when we were notified of the attack on your ship, I instantly ordered 4 conventional, he used the word conventional, jets to fly off the Saratoga to go aid your ship in the Sinai Peninsula. He says, I also ordered 4 planes off the America aircraft carrier with nuclear warheads to be headed to Cairo. That's what the world really doesn't know today, and I think that's why we were sworn to secrecy, is how close we really came to a potential nuclear holocaust.
You know how much press the nuclear warheads got when they landed in Cuba? Well, this was 1,000 times worse, but nobody knows about it.
Operation Sinai.
What was it?
I suggest we stop the interview here. What do you say? Why you want it?
Why would you not be able to speak about Operation Cyanide? It's 34 years since.
Signature and loyalty to my country.
Is it very sensitive?
I'm built so, and I know exactly what I'm able to tell you, and I know exactly where I stop. And here I stop.
When daylight pierced the vessel, one cloud was in the sky, I beheld the star of Ramphine with a million questions why. But if it helps you sleep, you can picture me and the bottom of the sea.
The thing about the Liberty story, and when you investigate all the different components of it, and it's not just the actual attack, it's to do with what was going on in Israel before, what was going on in America before, and so on. You put all these bits of information together, and I was trained originally as a physicist, so basically you come up with a hypothesis. You come up with the best guess you can come up with as to what was going on. And then you begin to see whether the evidence fits it. And if there's any evidence against it, then you have to take account of that too. But over the years, and it's many years now that I've been looking at this, the hypothesis gets stronger and stronger. And that is, this was a cooked up exercise to give America a pretext for attacking Egypt. I'm Peter Hounham. I'm an investigative journalist. I wrote a book called Operation Cyanide, which is focused on this story, and also I was responsible for a BBC documentary. It was about 1999. I was asked by a TV company to look into it. They'd been approached by a guy in America who wanted it investigated. He tried to get American TV to cover the story and do a new investigation of it, and it completely failed. There was just no interest among the big networks. So that's how I started looking into it on behalf of this company that was working for the BBC. One of the most extraordinary thing about this is that the American press, TV, newspapers and so on, more or less ignored the story. I mean, obviously there had been mentions of the attack, sometimes a page of information, but nobody had dug into all these discrepancies that were evident. And now, years later, I'm not surprised by this, because I find that your country, the press, is not really on the ball when it comes to trying to expose these sort of things.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
The official story was, and I was able to download the official Israeli inquiry report. It didn't convince me because some of the basic facts that I'd been told about suggested to me there was more to this than just an accident, which is what the official view was.
Captain Ward Boston, the attorney for the Court of Inquiry, he knew it was all a phony court of inquiry and everything was decided in advance what the outcome would be.
It's one of those situations where political action takes over. When you're told by the President of the United States, Secretary of Defense, to keep your mouth shut, don't say anything, and that's a direct order, and you've taken an oath to support it, clear in my mind they intended to sink liberties. And I'm sure that they were disappointed they didn't.
The first thing is that the ship had been watched by Israeli surveillance planes for hours and hours before the attack.
The Israelis had run anywhere from 9 to 13 reconnaissance missions on us in the morning.
They'd identified the ship and had it on the tracking board in military headquarters. However, that this had been taken off. This didn't add up to me.
I have spent a large part of my life flying over the oceans and identifying ships. And this ship was perhaps the easiest ship to identify that was listed in the United States Navy. Equipped with antenna from bow to stern, pointing in every direction, and a look that made it extremely easy to recognize. And so I will never buy the idea that the pilots thought this was some other ship.
It cannot be true that Israel made a mistake and thought this highly technologically equipped naval vessel with American markings and an American flag could be a much smaller Egyptian freighter.
Another victim was the United States naval vessel Liberty. She was mistaken for an Egyptian vessel, and Israeli ships and planes torpedoed and strafed her. The casualties were high, 34 American dead and 75 wounded. There were arguments later about how the error happened, and the best explanation seemed to be the urge felt by all Israeli forces to win a quick victory. There was little time to check targets. Pilots were flying 7 and 8 missions a day. The Liberty was just 12 miles from the Sinai Peninsula, where the speed and ferocity of the Israeli land operations caught everyone by surprise.
At the time the Liberty was attacked, the NSA also had an eavesdropping plane flying high above the scene of the action. It was an EC-121, and this plane was flying right over the scene of the attack. And I talked to 2 of the crew members of the plane, and both of them agreed that what they heard were comments from both the pilots and the torpedo boat personnel mentioning the U.S. flag.
You know, why has the American public, why have American politicians, why have they just bought this idea that this was just an unfortunate error on the part of the Israelis? Why, as several of the crew were saying, were the lifeboats that had been on the Liberty being shot to pieces by the motor torpedo boats that turned up? Not only did they shoot them to make them unusable, but they dragged the carcasses onto the decks of the MTBs so that they wouldn't actually be found. Clearly, that was trying to prevent evidence from being collected afterwards.
That life raft, labeled U.S. Navy, is in the Israeli Naval Museum at Haifa as a trophy of war.
Then, powerfully, there was this enormous cover-up. The crew were undoubtedly threatened. These stories were quite hair-raising. I mean, they were literally frightened, not only of disciplinary action and jail. Some of them were actually frightened of their lives because of the severity of the threats that they'd had from military people.
They were really scared the bejesus out of us. We could not talk about the attack.
So this is not what you expect when what is said to be the case is that this was an accident.
The Navy Board of Inquiry would not admit testimony about the jamming, the recall, the unmarked planes, the shooting of life rafts, and other material that we tried to present. Never before has the U.S. Navy ignored eyewitness testimony of American military to accept on faith the story told by their attackers.
Israel wants the territory which they call Greater Israel or the Promised Land or whatever it is, and it isn't and wasn't the area that they occupied in 1967. The story of the Liberty is not a whodunit, it's a why did it. The question that you and I are interested in is why? Why was this going on? And I've tried to explain my hypothesis, which is that America was up to no good and it was putting the world in a very dangerous state at that time. The deal was that America would not actively take part in a war at the beginning, but it would, long before a war broke out, help Israel prepare to launch an attack on Egypt. The Americans wanted to remove NASA. Nearly a year before the Six-Day War broke out, American state-of-the-art electronic equipment, surveillance equipment, jamming equipment, and what is known as spoofing or cooking equipment to falsify radio signals was shipped out to Israel with personnel to train people. Now, I've interviewed people who did the training, so I have no doubt that that was part of what I'm talking about because they say it was Operation Sinai, point blank. Another part of the story was that America would join the war on some pretext. The pretext that we now know was the attack would take place on the U.S.S. Liberty. It would be damaged or sunk most probably, and the blame would fall on the Egyptians or the Soviet Union, and this would give America an excuse to launch an attack from the Sixth Fleet, which was further down the Mediterranean. And this would have been the planned pretext for America to join the war and attack Nasser's regime. Well, we now know that in fact they thought the ship was sinking, they thought the plan was going ahead, and on the basis of that they did launch an attack.
My name is Mark Lehman. My rank at the time was Lieutenant Junior Grade, and I was on the U.S.S. Little Rock CLG-4 light cruiser, flagship of the Sixth Fleet. It's the flagship. We had a 3-star admiral, Admiral William Martin, aboard our ship, and he was in charge of the whole Mediterranean fleet. So wherever he wanted to go, that's where the whole fleet went. When we heard that the Liberty had been attacked, I was on the bridge when the Admiral's Chief of Staff, Navy Captain, came to the bridge and asked permission from our captain to use the primary tactical radio to call the ships, other ships in the fleet. He did that. He got approval and said, launch all aircraft. We launched 50-odd aircraft. Also, several amphibious ships full of Marines. We thought the Egyptians had attacked our ship. That meant going ashore. We got a call from the Israeli Air Force saying, it's our planes, sorry, it was our mistake. So now the big thing is, how do we get our aircraft back and not attack Egypt, who really had nothing to do with this attack on our ship? There was a sailor who was with the Chief of Staff. He said, recall all aircraft. Now, I must tell you that I was on the bridge. I was an officer of the deck driving the ship. And so I was 30 feet away, so I know that this is what happened, because I was right there.
Now, how would other entities in the Mediterranean have dealt with that situation? You have to think, don't you, that the Soviet Union could well have thought that this was a provocation and launched a counterattack with nuclear weapons.
Because we were the flagship, we always had a Soviet ship tailing us and cutting in and out, yes. all the time.
You know how much press the nuclear warheads got when they landed in Cuba? Well, this was 1,000 times worse, but nobody knows about it.
Та июньская война 1967 года прошла почти незамеченной. О ней судили только по газетным заметкам, по редким телевизионным репортажам. И только некоторым, ну скажем так, несколько сотен советских, русских людей косвенно принимали участие в той войне. Косвенно, я говорю, потому что они присутствовали в этом горячем районе в качестве наблюдателей. Вы тоже были в этом районе.
Был и в 67-м, и в 68-м году.
Подводная лодка ваша несла на борту?
Да, на борту, конечно. На борту 8 крылатых ракет. Очень умных, но не очень дальнобойных и не очень скоростных ракет, но замысловатой траекторией. Это ракеты предназначены а то и 30 различных классов кораблей, начиная от кораблей штабных кораблей, кончая кораблями противовоздушной, противолодочной обороны и так далее.
I lined up my boys on the deck and said, "Lads, it seems like we're going to take part in a very serious action. Those who are not ready to risk their lives should step ahead." Only one stepped ahead.
Вышел один человек. Подготовить пол, подвесить бомбы.
I was told to get my air squadrons ready, to equip the airplanes with bombs, and to be ready to strike military and communications targets in Israel.
Dick Thompson was retired CIA. He knew his way around. Shutsky told him that they had ordered him to launch nukes against Israel as soon as the first nuclear weapon was detonated in Cairo.
Admiral Martin ordered 4 planes off the America aircraft carrier with nuclear warheads to be headed to Cairo.
Shutsky was faced with a dilemma because he had surface-to-surface missiles, he said, and they required high reflectivity, but he said that he had to have something with high reflectivity, so he had targeted the Dome of the Rock. So as soon as the first nuclear weapon was detonated in Cairo, the Dome of the Rock would be disintegrated.
I interviewed a pilot who was part of the Strategic Air Defense Command in the U.S., who was stationed in California.
The mission of the Strategic Air Command is to be prepared to conduct strategic air operations on a global basis, so that in the event of sudden aggression, SAC could immediately mount simultaneous nuclear attacks.
He was on the runway hours before the U.S.S. Liberty was attacked, ready to launch a nuclear attack on China and the Soviet Union. And he only found out afterwards, when he was told to stand down, that it had been because of the attack on the Liberty.
From a Nebraska standpoint, that's where our Strategic Air Command, headquarters is located.
We are in the command post of the Strategic Air Command at Moffett Air Force Base, 10 miles south of Omaha, Nebraska.
Long after the attack, I had heard from an airman who was out in Nebraska Avenue. He said on the morning of June 8th, they had an alert that had them go to their ready room for preparation for scrambling.
It just scares me to death every time it blows. In fact, when they have the daily test, I jump. Even if I'm looking at my watch and knowing it's going to blow in the next 5 seconds, I jump. And in fact, at home, if I hear something that sounds like a horn, I usually jump. And I turn pale, I'm sure. And I run to the thing like crazy.
Now, they weren't briefed yet as to where they were going. They were just in the ready room. And 4 a.m., would have been 10 a.m. our time over there, long before the attack. We didn't get hit until 2 in the afternoon, 1400 Zulu time. So why would they have scrambled, 4 hours before anything had even developed over in our area?
Maintaining a nuclear deterrent demands precise and positive control of the force.
There was a plan to bring Russia and bring everybody into the fold of things and start a potential Third World War.
When I use the DEFCON terminology, we actually elevated to battle preparedness level 1 and the entire fleet, and all these ships in that fleet were supposed to maintain battle preparedness number 1.
We were within probably only minutes of that happening when orders came through from Washington, and there are several stories of people who overheard McNamara, the Defense Secretary, and the President, Lyndon Johnson, shouting down the phone, "Stop the attack, call everybody back."
We were 6 minutes from World War III. It was going to be worse than anything that we'd ever seen in history before.
One of the interesting witnesses that I tracked down in all this was a man called David Ness, who was the acting ambassador in Cairo at the time. On the day that the Liberty was attacked, he gets messages, urgent messages saying, "You must get out of the embassy, you must destroy all your secret materials. Cairo is going to be attacked in reprisal for the Liberty."
There was this message that the Navy was preparing to retaliate against Egypt for the attack on the Liberty. They thought that it was the Egyptians who attacked it. They were preparing to attack Egypt in response.
There was a flash message, as I recall, from one of the carriers that said they had launched ready aircraft. The launching of ready aircraft, you understand, that is typically nuclear armed.
I really, really, truly believe, and again, coming from Admiral Martin's mouth to my ears, I loaded 4 planes with nuclear warheads headed to Egypt. He didn't say I was going to pull the trigger. He didn't say anything. And then, now, only one person can pull the plug on that. And I think it's all come back to us. The one person's the one that called the attack anyway.
This takes us into the White House and what Lyndon Johnson and his staff were up to.
In the summer of 1967, I was the staff writer for President Lyndon B. Johnson at the White House. I was aware of that year's Middle East crisis, but like most Americans, understood little about it other than the fact that it involved Jews and Arabs. And that year I did not know a single Arab, and possibly LBJ did not either. Like most Americans, I was pro-Israel. Israel having been sold to most all of us as the underdog. Everyone around me, without exception, was pro-Israel. Johnson had a dozen or more close associates and aides who were both Jewish and pro-Israel. There were Walt Rostow at the White House, his brother Eugene at State, and Arthur Goldberg, ambassador to the United Nations. Other pro-Israel advisors included Abe Fortas, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Democratic Party fundraiser Abraham Feinberg, White House consuls Leo White and Jake Jacobson.
There's Jake. There's Abe Fortas.
I could see the comings and goings of Abe Fortas and Arthur Goldberg, and I knew that Walt Rostow, in particular, had close Israeli connections and met frequently with Israeli Embassy Minister Ephraim Epi Evron. What I saw in the White House planted questions in my mind. As Americans, we had just passed through a dangerous Middle East conflict that had threatened to explode into World War III. There were 2 parties to the conflict, Arabs and Jews. But for weeks on end, I had seen only one set of advisors who could call or see Johnson whenever they pleased. The Arabs had no voice, no representation, no access whatsoever.
I'm Philip Nelson. I'm the author of the book Remember the Liberty, along with 3 other co-authors, Ron Kukl, Phil Turney, and Ernie Gallo. all three of whom were survivors of the attack on that ship, the U.S.S. Liberty. On November the 25th of 1963, at the state funeral for John F. Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson had met Golda Meir there and promised her that although you have lost a friend,
Been advised to stand by for a severe gunshot wound.
you have gained a better one. And sure enough, he almost immediately began accommodating everything that they wanted.
I know Kennedy was going to straighten things out with Israel. Eisenhower actually did. He cut the money off until they did what he wanted. But after Johnson, they had free reign for anything they wanted, anytime they wanted. And it's been that way ever since. It has nothing to do with the religion, it's the politics of Zionism.
Among their requests, were greater access to fighter jets and submarines and all sorts of offensive military weaponry.
I got a long wire from Eshcol yesterday, a real good one on my birthday, and I have really saved him and gone to bat with his equipment and stuff, and I've done it quietly and I think quite effectively. I made the Germans give him tanks first, and then Ben-Gurion leaked it out and got them in trouble and damn near beat old man Earhart, but then I took over his order and I did it myself.
John F. Kennedy had tried to fight all of that, and especially their researching and planning to develop a nuclear bomb.
I like Eshcol. I got along with him fine. I got along with Ben-Gurion fine. I spent a lot of time with him, and back when they were in real problems and they were getting ready to sanction, I just came down here and said, hell no, that can't be, and I stopped it.
It goes without saying almost that the fact that he had surrounded himself with not just Jewish people, but the most zealous Zionists had a lot to do with his manipulation and his planning, to do things that would benefit him personally. It's been pretty well documented by his major biographers, in fact, Robert Caro and Robert Dallek, that Lyndon Johnson's parentage and his grandparents were of Jewish extraction.
The Ichko Ezratis are such friends to generations of Johnsons. They have sponsored the LBJ Library's 6-day war exhibit, today's symposium, and have just come from our granddaughter's bat mitzvah. They are true Mensches, and I am forever in their debt.
Lucy, thank you so much for those beautiful personal remarks and for being such a strong supporter of the Anti-Defamation League all these years. And mazel tov on your granddaughter's bat mitzvah. Who knew?
You had a situation in 1967 in America where the White House was virtually penetrated by people with very strong connections to Israel.
On occasion, I saw a strikingly attractive blonde woman who I learned was an ardent supporter of Israel and a woman of whom the president was fond. Her background sounded like material from a spy novel.
Every story like this has to have a beautiful woman in it, and the one in this case is a woman called Matilda Krim.
When it's cloudy, I don't see you. When it's dark, I lose your spark. And I don't have another moment when you're not around. I know you're my ray of light. Somehow I have lost your sight. I have got mysterious ways to bring you back into my life. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine.
She was born Matilda Galland in 1927 in Italy. While a student in Geneva, she fell in love with a young Bulgarian Jew, David Danin, who had been brought up in Palestine and exiled by the British for his association with the Irgun Zai Leumi, a Jewish terrorist group led by Menachem Begin. Matilda said that as a teenager, she saw Danin as a dashing and heroic figure, an activist dedicating his life to the founding of a Jewish state in Palestine. He was a personal friend of Stern Gang terrorists led by Yitzhak Shamir, who killed British resident minister Lord Walter Moyne in Cairo during World War II, and the Irgun terrorists who blew up the King David Hotel in Jerusalem in 1946 with a heavy loss of life. As bloody as these actions were, Matilda said she saw them as heroic. They represented the depth of the convictions of Dannon and the Irgunists and drew her to them. Matilda became so enamored of the Jewish struggle and of Dannon's daring undercover operations in Europe that she converted to Judaism and married Dannon. Then she, too, became an Irgun agent. As a seemingly innocent, petite, and pretty blonde out for a bicycle ride along the Switzerland's borders, she, in reality, was taking messages and explosives into neighboring France and Italy to be passed on to the Irgunists, young gunrunner for the Jewish terrorist group. Matilda received a PhD in genetics at the University of Geneva in 1953. She and Dannon then moved to Israel, where she became a cancer researcher at the Weizmann Institute. After the birth of a daughter, she and Dannon separated. While still at Weizmann, however, she met and later married the rich and 20 years her senior Arthur Krim, a motion picture executive who became finance chairman for the Democratic National Committee. American Jews such as Krim and Abraham Feinberg, a New York banker and the first Jew to become a prominent money raiser in presidential campaigns, were by then bringing in well over half of the Democratic Party's funds. Thus, it was natural that such fundraisers would become very important to many Democratic candidates, and particularly to the leader of the Democratic Party, Lyndon B. Johnson.
Sometime in the early 1960s, Arthur Krim and his wife Matilda were influenced by Lyndon Johnson to buy the ranch. It's a 150-acre ranch very close by the LBJ Ranch near Johnson City, Texas, so that they would have a lot of time together. They would spend a lot of time. And so that there was, on their part, I think the Krims, looked at that as an investment for their own interests, and their own interests basically revolved around, whatever would strengthen Israel is what they were trying to achieve.
This Krim is as pure as any person I ever saw. He's got a soft voice. He has none of the aggressiveness that you would associate with a Wall Street lawyer. No oversell, no overkill. He sits here. I see him damn near every week, and he comes down here. He was here last night because I just like to listen to him. He's so soft, sweet, kind, soothing. But I let him see every damn document that comes in. He reads anything. I never have heard of one little thing he ever said. Or he's a thing.
Matilda Krim was an Israeli. She is said to have worked for one of the Jewish underground organizations. She was almost certainly a Jewish spy. She certainly was telling Israel the contacts in Washington, everything that was going on, and was probably one of the key go-betweens. Nearly every day during the Six-Day War, she was in the White House and staying in a room there. It is very suspicious, and it is very odd that it was allowed.
He thought if he invaded Egypt with Israel, his girlfriend from the Mossad told him that he could raise all kinds of money to continue the Vietnam War. People had gotten tired of Vietnam and they wanted to see an end to it. And he thought he could finish it off if he pulled this one stunt off and killed 295 Americans in the process.
My name is Pete McCloskey. I served in the Congress from 1967 to 1983. I was the first Republican elected opposing the war. I made the first speech to impeach Richard Nixon on the floor in June of 1973. And I'm pretty old and decrepit and almost senile now.
Jim had written a book, The Assault on the Liberty, and I wanted to help him do what he was trying to do. It turned out that as his book got published and distributed in the libraries, the local Jewish population the books would seem to disappear. And I was a lawyer, and I helped form the U.S.S. Liberty Association, so they'd have a nonprofit corporation. The first story I heard about the Liberty, I had started running for Congress at the time of the war in 1967, and so I didn't know much about it. Didn't know anything about it, actually. And I was in the Congress, and then Jim and I got to be friends, and I helped the crew of the Liberty, and I came to really like the guys. They were terribly distressed because they had been dumped on by the government and the Navy. It's really a black mark for the U.S. Navy, the way they treated that crew. I first heard from Jim Ennis that he had been contacted by a man with a hoarse voice who said that he'd been a pilot that attacked the Liberty, and he wanted to tell the true story about the Israeli deliberate attack on the Liberty. And he said he and his executors, commanding officers, a flight of 8 Mirage fighter bombers, and when they were ordered to attack, they radioed back, that's a U.S. ship. They were ordered to attack anyway. And when they landed, Tove said he'd been court-martialed. He'd been court-martialed for disobedience and not bombing. He mentioned that he had seen, when they flew the reconnaissance flight over the Liberty, they had seen a small flag. And then later they saw this huge flag that had been put up, much bigger American flag, so it made sure it was perceived. But he was in jail, and he was terribly afraid that when he got out of jail, he was going to be deported to Israel and court-martialed and probably executed. And he was desperate. He wanted a congressional hearing or federal witness protection. And he wasn't afraid of the U.S. government or the prison. He was afraid of the Israeli government when he got out of jail. And that was the reason that he'd called Jim Ennis. He knew about Ennis and apparently learned about me. I had opposed the use of cluster bombs by the Israelis in Lebanon. And he didn't want to talk with their attorney. He wanted to talk with me. So I flew to Kansas City and to Fort Leavenworth. I met with him. He had 2 names. It was either Ibn Tov or Adnan Tavni, but he was in jail for embezzlement. It was interesting. I liked him. He was a personable guy. I saw him twice. On his second visit, he said, by the way, he said, I go to a synagogue on Sundays, and there's an Israeli colonel there, and he gave me his name, that is attending the War College. He said, would you ask the colonel if I could meet him? And so on the way out, I stopped at a little service station, phone, little tiny town in Fort Leavenworth, and I called the colonel. Gruff voice came on, and I said, sir, my name is Pete McCloskey, and I was a former congressman, and I'm here representing an Israeli, or trying to help an Israeli prisoner, and he would like to meet you. And then suddenly, I don't know, it was within a month, I get a call from Tove, and he says, I've been transferred to the federal penitentiary, which is a maximum penitentiary, in Springfield, Missouri. And he said, oh, they call that the icebox. That's where they put people they don't want to have anybody have access to. It's hard to get to. And he said, you know, they're putting swastikas on the wall. They're not giving me kosher food. Would you come see me? I'll go see him. And he said, would you call the rabbi in St. Louis? Because I think if they come down here, they could end this anti-Semitic treatment I'm getting. So I called the rabbi in St. Louis again. I said, Rabbi, I'd like you to help this fella, Ibn Tov. And the rabbi says, are you the Pete McCloskey? He knew about me from the ADL that I was pro-Palestinian. I said, yeah, well, he went down there. And they did get the treatment ended. And November, I think it was November 19th, 1986 was going to be the release date when he was released. And suddenly, just before he was to be released, he changed his opinion, and he denied He said, Miss McCloskey misinterpreted what I said. I'm a loyal, and he was a loyal Israeli. He always said he loved Israel, but he was ashamed of this treatment of liberty. But he apparently, either the rabbi or the colonel or somebody had gotten to him, and now he was afraid of when he got released, really bad things would happen to him unless he recanted his story. They took him back to New York, and suddenly he disappears. There's no record of his being discharged. There's no record of what happened to him. The man's absolutely disappeared, and I can only suspect that it was as he feared. They deported him, they turned him over to the Israelis, took him back to Israel, court-martialed him secretly, and maybe have executed him.
We found a book of memoirs written by a guy who was the military aide to the then Prime Minister of Israel, this guy called Israel Yor. And he gives an account in this book, which has never been translated into English. It's available only in Hebrew. In fact, it wasn't even a sort of bestseller there. He gives an account how on June the 3rd, 1967, 2 days before the war broke out, he was at the home of the Prime Minister, and they were waiting for the head of Mossad to come back from Washington, because the head of Mossad had been sent to Washington to get permission, to get the green light to launch the war. And he explains, we knew we could win. He's explained already in the book. He says, we knew we could win. The generals were hot to go. They weren't really scared of the Egyptians or anyone else, but they wanted to go ahead with this. And the Prime Minister had been saying, no, we can't do it. We can't attack until we have American permission. And he gives this very vivid description of how Meir Amit, the head of Mossad, comes back into the room at midnight. And the sort of high command is sitting around, and this being an Israeli meeting, the air is thick with cigarette smoke. And Amit walks back in, they say, well, what is it? Is it war or no war? Will they let us go? And Amit says, well, I've been given to understand, the Americans have told me that they would bless us if we crushed NASA. So they said, that's it. And they started the war on Monday morning. And he'd been to Washington, he'd seen Richard Helms, the head of the CIA, very few other very senior officials, and also including, certainly, James Jesus Angleton.
One of the key guys in this story in the CIA was a man called James Angleton, James Jesus Angleton. He was head of the Mossad desk, or the Israeli desk. He was, by all accounts, and there's plenty of evidence of this, very pro-Israeli, had very close working relationships. He had built his career in the CIA on information that had been supplied to him by the Israelis, by Mossad. Apart from being head of the Israeli desk, head of counterintelligence. Now, the head of counterintelligence is supposed to stop penetration of the U.S. administration by foreign powers. And yet, what was he doing about all these people who were wandering in and out of the White House at the time? It's really quite extraordinary.
The Crims, as well as other Jewish Americans who were closely associated with Johnson, advised and counseled him on the events leading up to the Six-Day War of June of 1967. On the Memorial Day weekend in May of 1967, Matilda and her husband were guests at the LBJ Ranch. On arrival at the ranch, Johnson learned that the Soviets had warned the U.S. that if Israel attacked an Arab state, the Soviets would go to the aid of that state. The State Department was preparing a message for LBJ to send to Israel.
This is not a story about what Israel did and what America did. It's what some people in very powerful positions did in both countries.
There was a limited group that betrayed me. Very influential, but limited.
Angleton was the supreme plotter, highly secretive, huge resources, able to push all sorts of buttons. So he would have been planning and plotting and preparing all this, making sure all the time that his hands weren't getting dirty. So even Lyndon Johnson might have been fully in the loop, but certainly some of the people close to him knew exactly what was going on.
I think that James Jesus Angleton, the COO of the CIA and an ardent Zionist, was the one that was picked by a member of the 303 committee to implement Johnson's fantastic, weird scheme of eliminating our ship and as a pretext for invading Egypt.
The planning for the Six-Day War, what became known as the Six-Day War, was started as early as 1964. There was a lot of collaboration between the White House, led by Lyndon Johnson, and his committee, who met next door in the Executive Office building, the 303 committee.
It was a successor committee to others that had been there in the past, but it had been revised and, in fact, given slightly more power.
And that was comprised primarily by Walt Rostow, who was his national security advisor.
The idea of the three-year committee was actually explained to me by the former head of the CIA, Dick Helms, and he said he was there to make sure that the president could pretend that he wasn't aware of some of the more sensitive issues that were being carried out by the American military. And so anything that might be considered discreditable for the U.S. went through the 3-0 committee, and he was never, Johnson in this case, Lyndon Johnson, was never present to be accused of sanctioning it.
He was in deep trouble with much of his constituency, not least of all the financiers that he worked closely with, people like Abe Feinberg and Arthur Krim. He relied on them for more than just finances. He relied on particularly Abraham Feinberg for advice and counsel. And I think together, somehow a plan was designed around the sinking of an American ship that would be the pretext for Johnson to join the Israelis in that war and help attack Egypt along the way.
Now, this is a horrendous story, but when you look at what they were planning to do in Cuba with Operation Northwoods, if Kennedy had given the go-ahead, you have to say this is the sort of thing they were prepared to do.
On June 3rd, Johnson traveled to New York to deliver a speech at Democratic Party fundraising dinner. He moved on to a 1,000-a-plate dinner dance sponsored by the President's Club of New York, whose chairman was Arthur Krim. While at the table, fundraiser Abe Feinberg leaned over the shoulder of Matilda Krim, seated next to Johnson, and whispered, "Mr. President, Israel's attack can't be held any longer. It's going to be within the next 24 hours.
The war that had been planned to start on June the 15th actually started 10 days early. Johnson and all of his aides had always insisted that it not start before June 15th. And the reason was that they were going to have to get the U.S.S. Liberty in place by the very start of the war so that an attack could be made on that same day, on the start of the war. It was hastily moved and it was ordered to proceed at top speed.
We were underway, full speed, top speed, fast as we could go. Set sail June the 1st. It took us 7 days to get there, steaming.
On June 5th, Arthur Krim wrote a memo to the president saying, "Many arms shipments are packed and ready to go to Israel, but are being held up. It would be helpful if these could be released." Johnson got the shipments on their way.
It's a terrific combination of American money, French equipment, and Israeli Air Force pilot.
The larger operation was referred to as the Frontlet 615. The 615 stood for June the 15th of 1967.
James Ennis, who wrote the book about the U.S.S. Liberty, was trying to ferret out more information. He discovered this document. I think he was given it when he was asking for stuff about Operation Cyanide. Now, he'd heard about a thing called Operation Cyanide from one or two members of the crew. and he was intrigued by it. Up pops a classified document from the 303 committee sanctioning a thing called Frontlet 615 about a submarine in Egyptian waters.
I had gone to the LBJ library asking for, all Liberty documents, and this one-page paper came out of nowhere. Minutes from the 303 committee.
303 committee was simply a device for examining covert operations of any kind and making a judgment on behalf of the president so he wouldn't be nailed with the thing if it failed.
This was in the Liberty file. It suggested that this had to do with the submarine that was near us and with cyanide and all the other things.
It was pretty well confirmed that there was a periscope sighted in the water. Lieutenant Jim Ennis was the officer of the day that day, and he reported it in his log. I know there was a Russian submarine and 2 American submarines. My good friend Augustus Hubel, was the commanding officer of the submarine, the Andrew Jackson. And to his dying day, he refused to say a word. Even when he knew he was dying, he refused to tell his classmate anything about it. Well, I'm sure he had a 900 mission on board. It means they were on submarines to go listen to foreign nations, intercept, and then bail out as fast as they could. It was a black op. It was undercover. It may have been CIA controlled. I'm afraid to say this, but deep down, I think they were there to sink us, just in case, whose sole function was to make sure that nothing was captured. I think the other U.S. submarine was probably engaged in Operation Cyanide, which was a program to extract information from the Mediterranean cable.
Operation Cyanide, what was this thing? Now, of course, this became a huge focus for me because I ended up writing a book called Operation Cyanide. And it really is at the crux of the whole story. Operation Cyanide, I discovered, was a plan an agreement between Israel and the U.S. administration to prepare for a war with Egypt. Because the Americans, who are, I think, the prime movers with Operation Cyanide, wanted to get rid of President Nasser, who they saw as a communist stooge and a dangerous man, and who was allowing communism to spread through the Middle East, which they were petrified about.
World domination, global war. By the Soviet Union. Ideological.
Have you, since 1945, seen anything which altered your firm conviction that the war never ended?
There has been nothing.
When the agreement was reached, which was way back in a year before the Six-Day War in 1966, people from Israel and the American administration started planning for the war, and it involved them having a pretext for doing it. So the Liberty was sent to that part of the Eastern Mediterranean, right into the middle of the war zone, to be a target of some sort, to give America a pretext for launching a war on Egypt.
Had Terry Halbardia not gotten the SOS out and every last man was killed and Cairo was nuked, then Israel would come out looking like a good guy. Nobody would ever know the difference. But they had to kill every last one of us to make that strategy work. And they failed at that.
Far more than his failed policies in Vietnam, the Middle East policies that LBJ allowed to fall into place in the June 1967 war would remain to haunt the U.S. for decades to come.
Did Johnson order a cover-up?
No. that I'm aware of.
But people were sworn to secrecy. The naval inquiry is regarded by many as incomplete.
You asked McNamara about those questions. I'm not going to answer those.
I am not saying anything about the Liberty, period.
I like to think that really, after what happened to the U.S.S. Liberty and all the skullduggery that was going on behind the scenes, Israel had America by the scruff of the neck. Such was the need to cover up what America had got up to during the Six-Day War, that Israel was in a position to influence, could even say blackmail America into becoming the main supplier of arms and aid. And of course, it's just mushroomed ever since. And Israel still depends hugely on American aid.
The Liberty is a microcosm of this much bigger problem in the Middle East. And Americans need to know what happened. The story has to be told.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
General Washington, in his farewell address to the nation, warned us about alliances with a foreign power, and at that time, America was enamored with a Marquis de Lafayette of France, who had given huge treasure trove to the fledgling American government. And there are streets of Lafayette, cities of Lafayette across America as a result of America being enamored with the French during the Revolution. Here we are enamored with another foreign government, no longer France, but another foreign government. And they, in effect, control us.
Well, we won't defeat Zionism controlling America until you accept the truth of what has happened in the past. We've pretty much uncovered the liberty, but we haven't achieved justice. Nobody in Washington will accept the fact that it was a deliberate attack with an attempt to eliminate us. The Zionists are an enemy of the United States, and they've subverted the policy of the United States.
The cover-up of the U.S.S. Liberty, it was because of our involvement in the U.S.S. Liberty with Israel. I think Israel's the 51st state.
I think it's about time we stop, those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel.
If I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
To think that we are still providing monetary support and military support to a country that's telling us what to do. I mean, on a daily basis. It's crazy.
There are certain people that don't want anything negative about Israel to be told whatsoever, because it's offensive. Because it then flies in the face of this relationship, this holy relationship we're supposed to have with the Israelis.
Right now, President Donald Trump's commitment to Israel is sacrosanct. Congress's commitment to Israel is sacrosanct. We don't take Israel for granted. We know that this special relationship is central to our national security.
My U.S. Senator is a very close friend of mine here. We belong to this club together, and I can't talk to him about it. I mean, he's on the Israeli lobby and so forth, and I'll hear your story, Mo, but It's what he's saying is I can't risk my job.
Every candidate for Congress at that time had a pledge. They were given a pledge to sign. And I was new on the scene. And so the pledge had Jerusalem as the capital city, the military superiority of Israel.
American Congress people have to sign this pledge.
Yes.
So this relationship that we have, the U.S. government, Israel, and to the American public, is there now, all right? And it's totally based on lies, deceit, and fabrication.
The careers of our senators and congressmen are not to just be there for 2 years or 4 years or whatever. They're to have a life job. We write to senators all the time still today, and nobody's going to defend us in that situation. I mean, we've had a couple try, and it certainly never helped their careers.
They play too big a role. I can't say they dictate it, but the fear of members of Congress and the Senate that they will be labeled anti-Semitic if they criticize Israel.
I was #1 target in the country, the Justice Department, the Internal Revenue Service, and American Israeli Public Affairs Committee. I brought home John Deminick from Israel. I proved he was innocent, and they've hated me ever since. And they finally put me in prison. They have a stranglehold on it. I said that on the Greta Van Susteren show when I got out.
But I believe that Israel has a powerful stranglehold on the American government. They control both members of the House and the Senate. They have us involved in wars of which we have little or no interest. Our children are coming back in body bags. Our nation is bankrupt over these wars. And if you open your mouth, you get targeted. And if they don't beat you at the poll, they'll put you in prison.
2002, Travagant was convicted on racketeering, bribery, and tax evasion charges in federal court and then expelled from the seat he held in Congress for some 18 years.
I remember once an American general, I think he was Joint Chiefs of Staff, said to some Israeli person when they wanted him to do something in Lebanon, he says, "Congress won't let us do that." And the Israeli said to him, "We own the Congress." And that's always kind of rung in my eardrums.
Understanding that our congressmen are being controlled by AIPAC, that there are certain things that are totally un-American, that it's happening in our country right now and needs to be turned around.
I've always thought AIPAC ought to be registered as a foreign agent with the Israeli government.
Let me first familiarize you with the American Israel Political Affairs Committee, because it is not well known beyond Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., and your elected representatives. The American Israel Political Affairs Committee, AIPAC.
Your advocacy gives voice to the love for Israel that exists all across America. And despite what conspiracy theorists say, advocacy itself is not the cause of the bond between the United States and Israel.
AIPAC's major goal, says this article from the Washington Post, is maintaining the level of foreign aid to Israel, now $3 billion a year, and defeating arms sales to Arab countries.
Its cause is the shared history and common values that draw America and Israel together.
We need to be concerned about an agency whose main concern is the interests of a foreign government, taking advantage of the rights and privileges of American citizenship to influence your Congress.
Israel and America are connected now and forever. I simply declare to be anti-Semitic is to be anti-American.
The Liberty veterans have been accused numerous times of being anti-Semitic. Excuse me, but that word anti-Semitic gets thrown around a lot just as an excuse. We just want our own government to properly investigate while some of us are still alive.
That pledge is proudly honored in this Congress, where support for Israel remains ironclad and bipartisan.
Despite our differences, we're proudly united in support of America's relationship with the State of Israel.
This past December, the 6 of us traveled to Israel together with AIPAC's Education Foundation. And you're once again bombarded with stories about how America's divided, how Democrats and Republicans don't work together. Remember this picture, and remember that you all made it possible.
And we will fight to protect the Jewish people here in America and in the State of Israel. In America and in Israel, Am Yisrael Chai, the people Israel live. Thank you. God bless you. AIPAC, keep up the great work.
Thousands of letters I wrote to Congress, literally thousands. And all of them come back the same way, from the Navy Department, the National Security Agency, CIA, FBI, every congressman and senator I could write to, all of them come back the same. Case closed, mistaken identity, we're very sorry. Is there anything else I can help you with?
I mean, if America knew they tried to sink one of our ships deliberately.
How many human lives have been changed or killed protecting the Zionist State of Israel?
I mean, wait, you know, you're killing American citizens and getting away with it, Let that sink in.
Every U.S. ship that has been sunk since the U.S.S. Maine in Havana Harbor in 1898 has been investigated by the Congress. And none of them have ever bothered to investigate the attack on the Liberty.
I think it's more important that the two governments own up to it. As long as I say this is the motive, they're just going to say, well, he's just a disgruntled veteran.
When you take an oath and you really mean it, and then the people that are supposed to support you took an oath too, and they don't stand by it, what's that feeling? Is betrayal a word? I don't know. There's no word in the English language that I know of. It's Christ would know. He was betrayed. I guess he would know better than I what the definition of that would be.
To tell the sailors who had gone through this, and not to repeat or say anything about this because we don't want to threaten Israel or injure our relationship with Israel, I think that's wrong.
I certainly feel sorry for the loss of all of our good shipmates on the Liberty and the trauma that the rest of the crews had to go through over these years trying to get recognition and get on with their lives. It's been a long struggle.
Well, I want to get the word out, make sure they know about it. First of all, it's shock. Israel did this? Yes, Israel did this.
I mean, there's so much anger at times at what they did to my shipmates and us. We were raped. We couldn't do anything but sit there and take everything they gave us.
90% of the country doesn't know what the Liberty is, was, or what happened to it. And until we can get 100 million people aware of it and energetic about it, it'll be covered up because it convicts a president of treason.
Well, the guys that died for America. They certainly didn't die for Israel.
And there's no question that Israel killed my shipmates and tried to kill me and wanted to kill me. And there's no question in my mind that Lyndon Baines Johnson wanted me dead. I want people to realize that. I'd love for people to truly understand the kind of person that Lyndon Johnson and his cronies were.
The case should be reopened for nothing but to show the valor, the heroism, and the odds that those people took on to survive.
The attack on Liberty on 8 June was in fact the case of mistaken identity. Now, that is the sort of thing in this record that I found great difficulty in supporting from the evidence that was included.
I have no doubt in my own mind that the United States had decided that if it were proven that quite deliberately Israeli ships and aircraft had attacked U.S.S. Liberty, that it would not be possible to sustain the unquestioning support for Israel. But it demonstrates that a major power, when it believes its vital interests are involved, will sacrifice any number of its own people to preserve that vital interest.
In my view, it's up to the Americans to come clean and to tell us what was going on, because you have a huge scandal here that has been buried. The American press, I'm talking about newspapers and TV, except guys like you, are not doing anything about it and never have. It's time they pricked up their ears and realized that something really serious happened that day. And I'm not just talking about something that happened in history, because what happened in the Six-Day War completely altered the whole situation of the Middle East.
This is about foreign government influence. Folks, this is our government. This is our way of life, and it's being attacked from within.
May the souls of our killed in action rest in peace in the arms of our Lord. We hope you know that your shipmates are doing what we can for your justice. To close, I leave you with a comment from Voltaire. To learn who rules over you, simply find out who you're not allowed to criticize. God bless you for coming. God bless America. God bless the Navy.
I'm still going to do everything in my power to touch the right people and get the message out. And unfortunately, I don't feel our future generations starting today are going to care anything about the USS Liberty.
Want the truth to come out. What led up to it, what happened, and what's happened afterwards.
Our government should be ashamed of the way they treated us and ashamed of the fact that they refuse to investigate fully what happened and tell you, the American public, that Israel deliberately attacked this ship with the intent of killing everyone on board and sending that ship to the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea.
Only hope and pray that this thing will go over so big that even the President of the United States has to take action. It can't be solved otherwise. It was started by a president. It's got to be at the level of the White House to correct it.
Yeah.
I recall the day I first heard your voice speak to me, and you said, "Come away, listen to their song and hear me." And you said, "Follow till you get back home, till you get back home. You said follow me, the river leads you home, the river leads you home. It was calm that day, in spite of the storm in me, and my fears fled away at the promise that you gave to me. You said follow me till you get back home, till you get back home. And you said follow me, the river leads you home, the river leads you home. Gospel plow won't take nothing from my journey now. Keep your hand on the plow and hold on. Hold on, hold on. Keep your hand on the plow and hold on. Foxes have homes and birds have nests. Jesus had no place to rest. Keep your hand on the plow and hold on. Lord, my daddy, he's dead and gone. On I'm moving, I'm preaching on. Keep your hand on the plow